talking one more time just to test the audio.
Thank you, Robert. I am going to try fixing the speaker system really quick, so you're welcome to go back on mute. Good morning, Andre. I am just doing some quick technological troubleshoot, so I will be with you guys in a moment. Thank you so much for your patience. Robert, can I ask you to try one more time? Okay. I'm still hearing you. Andre, do you mind testing your mic? I can hear you now. Robert and Andre, if you could mute yourselves really quickly. Thank you. Good morning, everyone in here. As you can see, or probably guess, we're having a little difficulty with the speakers, so it will be hopefully less than 5 minutes till we're up and running. But yeah, thank you for your patience. Just wanted to let you know.
Again. Hi, everyone. Good morning. So, for the room, and then for the people on either the YouTube live stream or on Zoom, we are currently running into some audio difficulty with the Zoom participants. So, we currently have someone from Central AV Services coming over to fix it. In the meantime, we thought that it would be best to start the panel. So we will start with Orit. Hopefully, fingers crossed, knock on wood, by the end of her presentation, all audio will be fixed, and we will go forth with how we plan to go. So please welcome Orit.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, everyone, for being here on this lovely snowy day. Okay, let me just set myself up. Hopefully we can get everyone else online, because otherwise you'll have to listen to me for a very long time. I told Leo I would not do song and dance up here. So anyway, briefly introduce myself. I'm a professor and a professor of sociology, recovering lawyer at Fordham University in New York. My work thus far has been on religion and politics, mostly religion, gender, sexuality with Orthodox Judaism. I started the research from which I will talk about today out of pure rage, which I needed to turn into something a little more productive and disciplined. So this is part of my previous work was on queer Judaism, and now I will be talking about a slice of my project on religious freedom as a way to understand Christian nationalism, its impact, but I think that hopefully we'll hear from the rest of the panel a glimmer of hope and the resistance to it on the ground. So thank you to the organizers for inviting me to be here. I want to start with something that Nimi kind of threw at us yesterday that's really been, it was sitting with me before, but she articulated so well. And you know, with one of these questions of so what are we doing with all this? We're kind of amassing all this knowledge, all these case studies. What's next? And I told her, and I don't know if this is satisfying, but for me as a social scientist, sometimes I just run into that corner, and I just think, you know what? We're bearing witness. We're documenting, we're shedding light on the horror and sort of some glimpses of hope. So the story that I share with you today is both of the horror, you know, and the impacts of Christian nationalism on the ground in one small corner in the US, but also sort of these glimmers of hope. Okay, so with that, so this is a photo of attendees at a school board meeting in August 2025 in Oldham County, Kentucky. You will see that most of them are wearing red shirts. We will be spending a lot of time with the red shirts, but along the back, if you kind of squint, you can see a few people wearing black shirts. There are heroes. So in this Oldham County school board meeting, which I attended virtually, like as we do these days, they were discussing a very controversial plan that would permit LifeWise Academy, if you can maybe see on their shirts, which is a Christian ministry, to remove elementary school children from public school grounds during the school day for weekly Bible lessons. The children were bored of us, such as this one, and they would be taken to an off-campus location, usually a church, to receive a Bible lesson from curriculum which is produced by a conservative Christian publishing house. Then they return to school, often with treats in hand, to entice other children to join them the following week. We're talking about elementary school children. So in this school board meeting for about 2 hours, these folks debated the plan that would permit LifeWise to do this. So LifeWise supporters in red, and here the red shirt belongs to Joe Penton, who is the founder and CEO of LifeWise. So they debated a controversial plan, this plan, and they claim that this ministry provides quality moral education at a time of national crisis, rising anxiety, depression, low morality. So they see this Bible education as a return to American roots. The people in black shirts, Kentucky Citizens for Democracy, said that this is a thinly veiled effort to convert young children to a particular brand of Christianity. And they see LifeWise as part of a nationally coordinated effort to undermine democratic principles that we value in public education, inclusivity, pluralism, equality. The reason I'm sharing this with you is that this is not an isolated conflict, but a microcosm of the larger concerns that we're talking about today and yesterday, and sort of this intertwinement of Christianity and the state. So my study of religious freedom controversies documents these attempts along a range of arenas and state functions and the resistance to it. And public education, we know, is sort of, or education is one of the seven mountains, sort of in dominionism, so it is really important. And the specific policy that I'm talking about that allows LifeWise to pull children out is RTRI, or religious training release time. So RTRI is legal. So despite what you might know about, or what you think you might know about church-state separation in the US, pulling children out of school to attend Bible studies during the school day from public schools is actually perfectly legal. There is a Supreme Court doctrine going back to the 1950s that laid out the legal infrastructure for this in a case called Zorak. Classes have to be held off-site, privately funded, and of course parents have to give consent. And this arrangement worked for decades pretty well until 2019, when LifeWise came on the scene with an explicit goal, not just to teach children the Bible, but also to test the limits of this constitutional framework as part of a larger mission to integrate more Christianity into public life. Okay, so what is this LifeWise thing? The current numbers put it as servicing about 100,000 children, which does not sound like a lot in a country of 350 million, except for it was in just a couple of schools. About 5 years ago. It's in more than 400 school districts as of 2025, and it has an explicit mission to continue growing exponentially. It has the money to do so. At the end of 2025, it had about 25 million in assets on hand, and I haven't had a chance to look at the newest tax documents. It probably has even more than that. It just opened really lavish headquarters in Ohio. LifeWise has sort of an operational model that is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. It's a plug and play. Like, they develop this model, local communities they need to come together, they need to fundraise, but they literally take this off the shelf, they follow step by step, and they can start their own LifeWise chapter to do all the things that I talked about. Okay, so why do people object to LifeWise? Well, they see it as explicitly a Christian nationalist project. So we use that terminology in these kinds of rooms, but the grassroots activists on the ground that I talked to in Ohio, Indiana, West Virginia, you name it, they're all using this terminology, and they have a very sophisticated understanding of what it is and what it does. So LifeWise views public schools explicitly, this is all explicit, as mission fields, and its explicit goal is to reach out unchurched children, spread the gospel, counter Christian demographic decline. Again, this is through the public schools. Its doctrine is aligned with conservative Christian denominations. The curriculum comes from the Gospel Project, which is the Southern Baptist Convention's publishing house. Students go and they study Bible stories, right? And then they learn about qualities like humility, gratitude, sacrifice. Who could object? But also submission, obedience, and the stories that they pick and the rhetoric that sort of goes along with it takes a very explicit conservative stance on family life, reproduction, gender, sexuality, creation, And this is all communicated to elementary school children who then go to school and, convey this to their classmates who may come from different kinds of families. But this is it's not just religion, right? So there's a nationalist aspect. And one of the things that really kind of bring this to life is the pronouncement from LifeWise, Joel Penton, whose picture I showed above. He has explicitly said in a book that he published called During School Hours, Very Defiant, and in a documentary called Off-School Property, Solving the Separation of Church and State. And what LifeWise's own publications and all publicity says, right, that the problem is that we've removed this biblical worldview from our institutions, including public education. And the antidote is to bring it back, right, through things, through operations like LifeWise. They say that this is this is a quote, part of a broader agenda to remake society and Christianity's image. The documentary trailer proudly boasts that LifeWise is bringing the redemptive power of God's word into public schools. And Penton has said that the operational model was designed to solve the political problem of church-state separation. Okay, so how does it do all this? It practices strategic opacity. So when it plans to open in a new chapter to operate in a school district, they keep everything on the down low until they're ready to launch. So the community can't organize. It just doesn't have enough time and resources to strike back. It also practices this legal strategy of defiance that we're seeing across, and I'm documenting this across arenas. So they do a lot of small, annoying things that, you might think, oh, well, come on, right? This is like, now you're going to have a big constitutional crisis over this organization sending some handouts with children. But if there's public school policy, if the school board has a policy that you're not allowed to do that, and this organization that's allowed to operate in the school is doing it, then it's defying very clear policies. This is by design, right? The catch is that this defiance of rules is always intentional, right? Because LifeWise, like other organizations, is not just looking for legal battles. It's not looking to avoid legal battles. It's looking for them. It's cherishing them because that might be an opening to topple what remains of the legal regulation of church-state. It's also threatened to sue, and it is actually actively suing various school districts for trying to put some kind of boundaries into its operations in public schools. So there's a legal strategy that's designed to test, stretch, topple the infrastructure around church-state issues as part of a broader strategy. There's also a legislative strategy. I'm not going to get into it, but it is very far and wide, well coordinated with organizations such as Heritage, such as Alliance Defending Freedom, such as something like the National Association of Christian Lawmakers. Again, plug and play. These sort of bill mills that allow them to go to different state houses and to try to provide them with a very a very comfortable policy environment that would allow them to operate. The human cost is massive. As I said, children come to school, back to school from these events, and they bully. Certain families and in the community and in the school are stigmatized. And then there's really negative impact on the bread and butter of education, right? We're talking about 6, 7-year-olds who have to go out in this kind of weather, right? The teacher has to stop what they're doing. They have to put the coats on. They have to count them. They leave. Then they have to reintegrate them. There's massive disruption to the school day. That's by design, right? That is a feature, not a bug. There's other disruptions, such as non-attending children are called opt-outs. when the children leave to attend LifeWise, sometimes that could be 20% of the classroom, sometimes that could be 90% of the classroom. Other kids are basically doing nothing, right? No instruction can happen. Some school districts are now tailoring their schedules to make it more convenient for LifeWise to pull children out. And I talked about recruitment tactics. Again, it might sound really minor, but like when all these kids come back with candy, that's really enticing and annoying for the kids who are not participating. Okay, so you might be very happy to hear that LifeWise is not going unresisted, and the Kentucky folks that I talked about are part of a much broader grassroots movement really growing from the ground up, as well as their sort of national advocacy organizations are trying to provide some answer to this. And I've been documenting strategies and tactics from hyperlocal school boards to like the federal level. So we have organizations that are secular and religious. We have interfaith. We have, these are some of the organizations, and I cannot emphasize enough the role that religious advocacy organizations such as Interfaith Alliance, Christians Against Christian Nationalism, and individual Christian faith leaders are playing on the ground in all these local battles. So as I said, people are operating on the hyperlocal, running for school board, going to their, attending the school board meetings. They operate on a state level, opposing legislation. I've met a lot of citizen journalists. They're submitting FOIA requests, sort of public information requests to document violations, to document sort of where the money is going, to document sort of how public officials who should not be in the business of promoting religion are actually actively doing that. They're using media, they're using public visibility, op-eds, explainers, memes, everything, anything you can think of, they're doing it. I've documented a lot of coordination across groups. And for Oldham County, all of this came together. They were able to keep LifeWise out, so there are heroes, but most school districts are not able to do that. There was sort of quirkiness in the policy environment in Kentucky that allowed them to do that for now, but the legislator is weighing legislation that might make it harder to keep LifeWise out. Two final points here. Christian faith leaders, as I said, are massively important here because once they get involved and speak out against it, LifeWise and its sort of allies can't come back and say, well, this is like a secular conspiracy against us. No, faith leaders are showing up and are speaking out about this. And secular organizations such as the really ground roots Secular Education Association, this is one of their memes. It's like a brilliant little organization that has sprung up in response to LifeWise. Right? Religion is not the enemy. The classroom should not be a pulpit. Okay, why am I telling you all this? I want to say that this sort of case study, this small case study exemplifies some of the themes that we've been talking about. The sacralizing of political agendas, right? Framing democracy's problems as requiring Christian solutions. This nostalgia for Christian dominance, sort of Nimi's, sort of this is that, right? Mythologized Christian past as prescriptive for present and future. Institutional capture, right? I mean, we're really seeing this, how institutions are being captured, so this dominionism. And then I guess in this panel, we're also adding, we're pushing back, right? Citizens are pushing back. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Orit. We are going to take a brief pause just so that AV services can just play around with the speakers. Again, thanks for your patience. It's so fun. Enjoy the snow and the view. Okay, thank you. or you can see me up there, your choice. For the interest of time, as you all witnessed, we're having a little difficulty with the video feed. So I propose that we proceed as planned. Zoom presenters, I'll look at you directly. Unfortunately, you will not be able to see us. I will communicate with you via Zoom chat in the meantime. And we'll go from there. If you have any questions or incur any difficulties on your end, Zoom participants, please just send me a direct message on chat. I now give the floor to Marlon, our chair, if he is still there.
Good morning. I'm going to introduce remaining speakers, and we'll start with Robert Beckford. Dr. Robert Beckford is a scholar activist whose research examines the intersections of theology, race, politics, and cultural production, with a particular attention to Black liberationist traditions and questions of racial justice. His work is characterized by an interdisciplinary methodology that brings theology into sustained dialogue with cultural studies, media theory, and political critique. He is the esteemed author of over a dozen books that collectively interrogate the role of religion in the afterlives of slavery, empire, and racial capitalism. In addition to his scholarly monographs, Beckford is a BAFTA award-winning documentary filmmaker. He has written and presented more than 20 films for the BBC, Channel 4, and Discovery USA. These documentaries engage a wide range of themes, including critical analyses of the British Empire, the politics of biblical interpretation, Black British history, and the theological significance of popular culture. Beckford's research extends beyond conventional academic outputs to include studio-produced music albums, dramatic works, and radio documentaries, which he treats not as illustrative materials, but as sites of theological and political knowledge production. His paper is entitled, "This Machine Confronts Fascists, British Black Liberation Theology as an Embodied Resistance," which explores Black theology as a form of lived embodied resistance articulated through sound, image, testimony, and public confrontation. Dr. Andre Gagnier is full professor and chair of the Department of Theological Studies at Concordia University in Montreal, Canada. He has a co-joint doctorate from the University of Catholic of Louvain, Belgium, and the University of Montreal, where he also earned his bachelor's and master's degrees. Dr. Gagnier's teaching and scholarship focus on global Pentecostalism and charismatic movements, religion and politics, evangelicalism, and the reception of the Bible. Professor Gagnier has published 8 books, multiple academic articles, and his work has been featured over 400 times in media outlets such as the New York Times, Washington Post, The Guardian, the Times Literary Supplement, Globe and Mail, Toronto Star, The New Republic, The Nation, Al Jazeera, GQ, Salon, Mother Jones, just to name a few. His next book in French will come out in May of 2026, this year, and will be on the global presence and politics of Pentecostalisms. His paper is entitled Prophets Against Christian Nationalism. Finally, we have Dr. Anber Malik. She is the founder and chief executive officer of Sharia Council of Pakistan, a Sharia advisory firm dedicated to delivering ethically sound and Islamically compliant financial, legal, and corporate solutions. With a unique blend of rigorous academic training and deep-rooted Islamic scholarship, Dr. Malik brings a rare and powerful perspective to the field of Sharia compliance and advisory. Holding a PhD, Dr. Malik combines conventional academic excellence with classical Islamic education, having also completed the esteemed Alimaya program. This dual foundation allows her to bridge the gap between modern regulatory environments and traditional Islamic jurisprudence with clarity, depth, and integrity. Dr. Malik is widely respected for her scholarly insight, strategic vision, and ethical leadership. Her paper is entitled New Age Religions, Anti-Christianity, and Nationalist Ideology. Dr. Robert Beck.
Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be with you. I'm going to share my screen. So if you just give me a moment to set up and make sure that the sound and everything else is optimized. Hopefully, Mullen won't start my 15 minutes just yet, but give me a few minutes grace to get the screen up and running. So I'm just going to try and multitask, read the paper, and also give you some visual and audio material that will helpfully explain the work that I'm doing. Just to say before I get started, this is a kind of overarching presentation dealing with 20 odd years of engaging fascist groups in Britain and in other parts of the world as a theologian and also as a filmmaker. So hence the title, This Machine Confronts Fascists, British Black Liberation Theology as Embodied Resistance in a Globalized World. I want to begin by talking about encounter fascism and theological grammar. Across the globe, nationalist and authoritarian movements increasingly draw upon Christian symbols, narratives, and moral authority to legitimize new forms of exclusion, racial hierarchy, and authoritarian power. In Britain, contemporary theology has responded by tracing these entanglements, showing how Christianity is captured by ideology, morphed into a civil religion, and mobilized in the service of patrolling national borders and belonging. Much of this work, however, remains largely diagnostic. It analyzes how Christianity supports nationalism, but pays far less attention to what happens to theology itself when fascism is encountered not as theory, but as lived, bodily, and dangerous. This paper begins from that encounter. I argue that encounters with fascism or far-right formations structured by authoritarian power, racial hierarchy, and sacralized by religion on the street, in public discourse, and within mediated spaces do not simply demand theological responses. They produce new theological grammar, methods, and practices. In such moments, theology appears less as interpretation and more as embodiment, confrontation, and organizing. These are not merely political strategies. They are theological practices forged under conditions in which Christianity itself has been folded into resistance to fascist ideology. The argument develops through two interwoven sites of experience. The first is my own involvement in street-level confrontation with fascist and racist movements in Britain during the 1970s, when anti-fascism was lived as bodily presence, collective defense, and risk. The second arises from my professional labor as a documentary filmmaker, where I have directly engaged contemporary fascist formations in Britain and in Palestine. Although mediated in film, these encounters are no less volatile, structured by hostility and exposure. Together, these sites form a continuous field of theological experience in which resistance is enacted and theology is forced to take shape through encounter itself. My understanding of fascism is informed by the history and experience of the Caribbean diaspora, of which I am a member. Caribbean theorists such as C.L.R. James and Sylvia Wynter claim that fascism has rarely appeared as an exceptional ideology. It has been encountered instead as a recurring configuration of racial power, often sustained and sanctified by Christian imaginaries. Under such conditions, Caribbean people's theology has frequently emerged as counter practice, expressed through sound, movement, testimony, confrontation, and struggle. British Black liberation theology inherits this tradition, though its methods remain routinely misrecognized within the academy. This paper then proceeds by analysing a series of encounters that show how embodiment, confrontation, and organising function not as secondary applications of theology, but as theological methods. It concludes by asking what British Black liberation theology more broadly can learn from these sites about resistance under ideological capture, the limits of institutional theology, and the necessity of developing practices adequate to a world in which Christianity continues to animate nationalist and fascist projects. Let me just say a brief word about method here. I adopt Pentecostal testimony as method, treating encounter as a site of theological production rather than illustration. Within Black Pentecostal traditions, testimony functions as an embodied epistemology in which truth emerges through lived experience and communal discernment. Knowledge is always authorized by its potential to aid survival and truth-telling rather than by detached analysis or rigor. These encounters discussed here, street-level racism, documentary film, and music video, are therefore approached as theological events. Film operates as an extension of testimony, a mediated practice of witness that forces ideology to appear on screen through encounter, and through encounter generates new theological grammar and organizing practices. So let's just move to the first experience that I want to talk about, encounter. Snakes back when I was a younger church member in 1978. In the spring of 1978, while traveling to a church convention in the city of Birmingham, I encountered fascism, not as a political theory, but as an embodied threat. This moment constitutes an originating political theological experience. A group of far-right National Front protesters who were en route to a city centre rally marched along the road adjacent to our church venue, chanting racist abuse to assert their racialized nationalism, which had no place for Black bodies like mine. We were in the church van, and our effective response, fear, anger, bodily tension, preceded conceptual clarity. What followed was not political instruction or verbal verbal reassurance, but a ritualized theological response. An older Black woman stood up in the van and began to sing. And all in a cappella, we joined her in. We joined with her in Pentecostal worship as she sang, "Press along, saints, press along in God's own way. Press along, saints, press along in God's own way. Persecution we must face, trials and crosses in our way, but the hotter the battle, the sweeter the victory." This act functioned as counter-nationalist theology. The song neither denied the threat or deferred justice into abstraction. It articulated an eschatological imagination capable of sustaining resistance in the present. In this moment, Black Pentecostal worship operated as ideological refusal, contesting nationalist terror through a theological grammar with a long history forged in context of enslavement and colonial domination. Crucially, this eschatology didn't legitimize passivity. For Black British subjects shaped by anti-colonial traditions, justice deferred is justice denied. The implicit demand was clear. Christian faith must confront fascism not only symbolically, but materially. I want to move on to talk about some documentary experiences, which has been part of my work as an academic. I'm shared with making programs both for television and for independent companies as well. Since 1999, alongside my academic career, I've worked as a documentary filmmaker. I'm a Jamaican, you know, so we tend to have two jobs, part of the tradition here in Britain as well. I've worked as a filmmaker and broadcaster within a globalized media ecology saturated by nationalist narratives, saturated with documentary narratives. Documentary functions as public political theology under conditions of media exposure. Documentary meaning is produced in the tension between embodiment and mediation, presence and editing, encounter and circulation. My Black body on screen is not a neutral observer, but a theologically charged presence that interrupts visual and narrative economies through which fascism and racial hierarchy are normalized. In global media spaces where fascism often appears as common sense rather than extremism, this kind of black embodiment functions as ideological disruption. Unlike textual theology, documentary exposes the theologian to material risk, surveillance, hostility, institutional containment, and public backlash. These risks are not incidental, they are constitutive of the theological act. So let's go to encounter one, which took place in Dagenham in London in 2007. The first documentary encounter occurred in the 2007 local elections in Dagenham, where the fascist organisation, the British National Party, mobilised anxieties around immigration and national decline. The camera did not simply record these dynamics, it positioned me, the black theologian filmmaker, as an interruption. Presence itself became provocation, eliciting hostility that disclosed the latent violence beneath nationalist discourse.
No race relations experts are nailing the BNP. I think I've done enough of listening. It's now time for me to do the talking. Is it true that Hackney Council is giving £30,000 to Africans to buy houses? Is that true?
It's true. What it was is that Hackney, Tower Hamlets and Newham are giving people finances on the right to buy.
But Hackney, all of those councils have categorically denied that this is true. They say it's complete lies. There's no evidence that there's any housing policy based on ethnicity and that you're completely wrong. Isn't that the case?
Well, we may have got Hackney slightly wrong at that particular stage.
So you got Hackney wrong? So you got Hackney wrong?
On that particular stage?
Yeah, so Hackney was wrong. Hackney has said it's wrong. The other councillors have said it's completely wrong and that it's peddling lies. We know that it's very easy to make people who don't necessarily have a great deal of information feel that things are blue when they're really green. It's brilliant spin, but it's dangerous, isn't it? Despite this falsehood, the BNP totally deny being in any way racist. But I think they're polarising people and deliberately stirring division. Why are you masking being a racist? Why not be honest about it?
Because we're not.
Encounter 2 takes place in occupied Palestine. While filming The Hidden Story of Jesus in 2009, an unpanned confrontation with Israeli settlers and soldiers exposed how religiously informed fascism operates through territorial control, sacred narrative, and militarized presence. What emerged was not simply political tension, but a theological struggle over land legitimacy and divine sanction. Again, the presence of the black body in this space functioned as theological provocation. Unsettling assumed alignments between land sovereignty and divine entitlement. In a context dependent on visual and spatial control, the camera-bearing black theologian became an embodied counter-witness.
Every autumn, a desperate struggle is played out on the hills around Bethlehem between Palestinian farmers who want to harvest their olives and Israeli settlers who try to prevent them.
You can see the rooftops there are part of the settlement.
It is a microcosm of the decades-long Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Many of the olive trees are on Palestinian land, right next to the Israeli settlements, and the settlers are worried about their security. Religious groups tried to help the farmers negotiate access to their land. So it's a Christian organisation?
It is.
So why did you get involved in this? What's the motivation? Eileen Hansen is a Christian volunteer.
We believe that the gospel is about standing in solidarity with people, particularly the poor, those who are facing violence. So we've taken on as peacemakers the gospel call to be peacemakers and to do that actively. There's an active participation in being a peacemaker.
Right. To have faith in Jesus is to take risks, even if that means risking your own life.
We come to zones of conflict in particular to be peacemakers, because it's one thing to be a peacemaker where there's no risk involved, but armies are sent to zones of conflict and put their lives in danger in order to make war. And we feel that the same call, the same risks must be made by peacemakers if we really are serious about wanting peace.
But there are not just Christians here. Leading the negotiations with the Israeli soldiers guarding the settlement is a Jewish rabbi.
The very first verses of the Bible, in the book of Genesis, we learn that all human beings are created b'tselem Elohim, in God's image. It doesn't just say Jews or non-Jews, or the rich or the poor. and it makes a point of saying both men and women. And so, starting from that basic idea that we are all created in God's image, we believe that we have a religious obligation to honor that image of God in every human being, and that means honoring people's human rights.
The incredible thing here is that we have a Jewish rabbi, helped by a Christian peacemaker team, negotiating on behalf of some Muslim farmers. For me, this is just what the real Jesus would have done.
Well, it looks like the commander is coming back. Let's see
We'll
what
find out
happens.
what's going to happen.
Despite the rabbi's best efforts, the army is refusing to let the farmers onto their land. This is an absolutely extraordinary situation. You've got these Palestinians who want to do nothing more than do a day's work, harvest their land. And in order to do that, they've got to get permission from the Israeli army, and they've got to go through this complex negotiation just to be able to do a day's work. I've never seen anything like this. After another hour of negotiation, the Israeli soldiers finally gave in and allowed the Palestinian farmers to go onto their own land.
I'm going to turn now to the final encounter, which is slightly different. The final encounter extends the argument into music video as visual theomusicology, where theological confrontation is enacted through sound, rhythm, lyric, and image. The music video, Incarnation, No Blacks, No Irish, No Dogs, from my contemporary gospel album, The Jamaican Bible Remix, functions as sonic and visual testimony against the everyday violences that structure post-imperial Britain. Rather than treating racism as episodic, the work situates street-level harassment, police surveillance, and the lethal policing of black life within a continuum of state power forged in the afterlife of slavery. The video places contemporary black life under the shadow of historical fascism, revealing how authoritarian logics, racial hierarchy, disciplined bodies, and state-sanctioned violence persist beneath the veneer of liberal democracy. Circulating through digital platforms, the work confronts viewers with the continuity between colonial governance, fascist ideology, contemporary policing, and theological silence. And I don't know how much time I've got, but I'm just going to pay you a couple of minutes to give you a sense of what we're doing. These are all uploaded online as part of the album project. But this is, I'll just pay you a couple of minutes just in the interest of time.
In 1954, about 10,000 West Indians came to Britain. In 1955, it is believed another 15,000 will make the long journey. Already their coming has caused a national controversy, but one point must always be borne in mind. Whatever our feelings, we cannot deny the mention. For all are British citizens, and as such, are entitled to the identical rights of any member of the Empire.
John chapter 1. No, the one where the world turn man. Him come live amongst we. Come live amongst we. No, the one where the world turn man. Him come live amongst we.
John 1:14 tells the story of Jesus' incarnation, that the Word becomes flesh and lives amongst us. It means that God, who is fully God and fully man, takes on human form. The incarnation means that unequivocally all creation is good, and that all flesh, no matter what color, no matter what tone, is good. My parents believed in this meaning of the incarnation, that their flesh was good. They were immigrants from Jamaica who came to work in Britain after the Second World War. But they soon came to realize that not everybody thought the same. When they went to look for places to live, they were greeted with signs that said, "No blacks, no Irish, and no dogs."
Sail 5,000 miles with the sun way up behind me. They said it's gonna be a while till I feel that warm again. Staring at the gray skies as the cold wind starts to soak me. Faces that I recognize, but no one I call a friend. Just one place above, how my father others up before me. Still no wise about the days that lay ahead. Hands and feet are free, but shackled by economy. Just the possibility of a better life instead. Maybe if you give me time just to let me tell my story about how I came to be in the land of hope and glory. Moment that I touch the ground, all I see is consternation. You never let me explain that I'm here by invitation. Came expecting arms to hold, and why? No blacks, no Irish, and no dogs.
I'm just going to pause it there in the interest of time, but just to say what we're doing with this visual is folding a narrative around the incarnation in the lyrics into the contemporary struggle over state-sponsored violence, which is played out through Black deaths in custody in this particular case. Again, linking fascist logics with contemporary forms of Black subordination. In conclusion then, the encounters traced across this presentation on streets, in production studios, through lenses and sound systems yield three interrelated implications for Black liberation theology today. Taken together, they press theology beyond commentary into the terrains of struggle, generating new theological grammar forged under pressure. First, these encounters demand and expanded theological canon. Film, music, testimony, and embodied confrontation must be recognized not as illustrative supplements to proper theology, but as theological labor within their own right. Second, these encounters require action-oriented methodologies. In context shaped by authoritarianism, racial violence, and historical amnesia, theology that remains diagnostic risks complicity. Finally, these encounters reclaim confrontation as a legitimate theological category. Rooted in the embodied disruptive ministry of Jesus, confrontation names the refusal to negotiate with dehumanizing ideologies or sanitized forms of Christianity that are captured by racial hierarchy. This is not confrontation as polemic, but as presence, risk, and fidelity under pressure. Taken together, these practices constitute a new theological grammar, one that privileges encounter over abstraction, embodiment over disembodied reason, interruption over consensus, and survival over respectability.
And Dr. Beckford, we will have to leave it there. Thank you. Dr. Gagne.
Okay, so I will share my screen. Hopefully you can see it. All right. So thank you very much for this invitation. And I give you my greetings from a very, very chilly Montreal. It corresponds to minus 23 Fahrenheit. So here in Canada, it's minus 31. That's what we feel outside. So it's pretty cold. So I'm going to start Prophets Against Christian Nationalism. So many contemporary apostolic and prophetic figures hailing from neo-charismatic Pentecostal or NCP circles greatly rejoiced at Donald Trump's return to the White House in November 2024. Support for President Trump from certain NCP leaders was a common occurrence amongst apostles and prophets who were guests on or hosts of the numerous alternative Pentecostal news networks and channels, such as Flashpoint, a program funded by the ministry of Kenneth Copeland, a popular prosperity gospel preacher in the U.S. However, right around the November 2024 U.S. elections, a series of prophecies coming from the Atlantic caused quite a stir. A well-known organization within NCP circles issued a warning to the prophetic community and to Christians of Pentecostal and charismatic inspiration on November 16th, 2024, regarding what it deemed to be false prophecies concerning President Trump. The Apostolic Council of Prophetic Leaders, ACPE, a network of Pentecostal and charismatic prophets established over 25 years ago in the US under the leadership of Cindy Jacobs, a well-known pro-Trump prophetic figure, released a document entitled Statement from the Apostolic Council of Prophetic Elders Concerning a False Prophetic Word Targeting President Donald Trump. In their initial statement, they warned that a series of false prophecies targeting Trump attributed to an unidentified individual. And it's only a few later days that we learned the identity of this anonymous prophet, a woman by the name of Emma Stark, a prophetic figure originally from Ireland and founder of the Global Prophetic Alliance, the GPA, who responded to the ACPE's accusation. It is worth noting that Stark was previously associated with the ACPE, but I'm really not sure why and what are the reasons for her departure. In this very short case study, my approach draws inspiration from the work of anthropologist André Droogers on methodological ludism, in which researchers engage in play by temporarily and seriously, what is called serious play, taking into account the claims of believers, and in this case, contemporary prophets, regarding what they hold to be true knowledge, namely their prophecies. It is worth noting that these groups and their leaders are also engaged unconsciously in a game. They act according to what I call a prophetic schema. What do we mean by schema? Schemas are culturally recognized scripts or scenarios, prototypes or models, and they are associated with an action, a thought, an emotion, a sensation, or an image. On one hand, they orient the body and its gesture. On the other, schemas offer interpretive frameworks for what takes place within the body. Schemas possess a motivational force. They generate and orient behavior towards a given direction. Now, the prophetic schema is manifest in individuals who devote themselves to actions like rituals, prophetic acts, fasting, prayers, ascetic practices, drawn from their extensive familiarity with biblical texts in order to be essentially played out as a prophet would. The experiences, sometimes understood as gifts of the Spirit, and the results of gestures associated with the schema, such as visions, divine revelations, discernment of spirits, words of wisdom, and knowledge and prophecy, constitute forms of privileged knowledge. They serve, in a sense, as a measure to legitimize the prophetic authority of the prophets in the eyes of those who adhere to their message. In the context of the groups presented in this analysis, God speaks through the prophets to correct, teach, and provide clear direction to the church. The prophet proclaims the divine will by means of prophetic words, be they predictive, prescriptive, or at times exhortations, through visions, dreams, or words of knowledge and wisdom. And they are, when you find and when you look at prophetic figures, you have figures such as the seer, the sensitive, the prophet to the nations, and so on. Now, it is important to note that the Apostolic Council of Prophetic Elders has issued two documents regarding these so-called false prophecies. According to the ACPE's first warning, Emma Stark and members of her prophetic alliance allegedly prophesied troubling things. The ACPE identifies 5 specific claims. First of all, a prophecy about God punched Trump in the face and his teeth fell out and there was a great deal of blood, after which God withdraws authority from him for exalting himself, leading to his fall and the opening up of the nation to widespread calamities as consequence of his actions. 2, the prophecy, the Trump presidency being God's judgment prophecy, in which Stark prophesies that through Trump, the people of God would be judged. 3, The ACPE reports that other members of the Global Prophetic Alliance allegedly prophesied that, quote, a seven-headed Leviathan, which is a demonic sea creature, has been released into the world and will sow chaos because of Trump, end of quote. According to ACPE, this is a false prophecy rooted in political bias and hatred towards President Trump, stemming from a political outlook that differs from his conservative positions. 4, the judging the American church prophecy, in which Stark castigates the fact that the church in the United States has traded its spiritual power for political power. 5, the tyranny and the fall of democracy in America prophecy. And this prophecy warns that the United States is entering a period of severe instability marked by rising crime, chaos, loss of life, and civil unrest, alongside moral corruption and a drift towards tyranny. It foretells the weakness and potential failure of democracy, the collapse of certain economic structures, the divine pressure or judgment intended to force national reckoning and acknowledgement of God. According to the ACPE, all these prophecies are false. They are not inspired by the Spirit and fail to meet New Testament scriptural standards for authentic prophecy. Instead, the ACPE regard them as harmful curses. They further warn that if taken seriously by immature or unstable individuals, such statements could provoke violent actions against the president, citing the biblical account of Jezebel and Naboth's vineyard as an example of how malicious words, when spoken and acted upon, can lead to severe and even fatal consequences. The warning issued by the ACPE has received the support of several influential figures within the prophetic movement. Now, David and Emma Stark, who lead the GPA, responded to the ACPE's statement 2 days later. The response highlights important aspects of the broader evolution of the prophetic movement over the past 25 years. In their response, the Starks say that they were surprised and saddened by such a rebuke by the ACPE. Now, you have on the screen a long quote that I'll leave you to read. It's long, I'm not going to read it, but you can look at it and read it yourself. I'll just summarize some of the aspects of the quote. The Starks emphasize an important point here, namely that several of the apostles and prophets associated with the ACPE did not endorse previous initiatives. And there were previous initiatives, in a sense, prophetic. For example, there was an initiative called the Prophetic Standards, a document drafted in 2021 by a leader of the International Coalition of Apostolic Leaders that condemned the many erroneous prophecies regarding Trump's re-election in 2020. The Starks believe that their prophetic words shed light on how certain strands within the prophetic movement have traded their devotion to Christ for the adoption of a political ideology. According to Stark, when the ACPE concluded that these were false prophecies, the old guard of the prophetic movement was merely confirming what many of its members had already expressed publicly on social media, namely their adherence to a political ideology aligned with President Trump's positions. Note that 1 year later, after Charlie Kirk's assassination, Emma Stark said that this was caused by the church because of its embrace of Christian nationalism, which she calls a sin. In fact, the most influential leaders of the ACPE chose not to sign a statement drafted by a prominent group of apostles and prophets seeking to distance themselves from Christian nationalism. There was a statement called Statement on the NAR and Christian Nationalism in 2022. Moreover, Stark's prophecy concerning a political figure that is Trump, who is perceived by an influential branch of the prophetic movement as a messianic figure, was, according to her, meant to be interpreted symbolically rather than literally. In Stark's view, the primary calling of prophets is to invite believers to repentance and faith in Jesus Christ rather than to issue politically oriented prophecies. The Stars conclude their statements by sharply criticizing the APC's actions, labeling it as a coordinated global smear campaign against their ministry. And you have another long quote that I'm not going to read, and I'll let you read it. Essentially, the leaders of the GPA state that they are deeply distressed by the damage done to their reputation. They are keen to clarify that their prophecies is in no way a call to violence, whether against Donald Trump or at the time Kamala Harris. The entire GPA leadership team approved and signed this statement in response to the allegations put forward by the APCE. So I'm just going to conclude with a few remarks. The ACPE issued a final statement in response to the GPA's reaction with the aim of dispelling misunderstandings and publicly justifying its opposition to what it considers to be erroneous prophetic words. The ACPE does not believe that God has completed his work in the US, nor that the election of Donald Trump constitutes a divine judgment. Through these two warnings, the ACPE exercises a form of control over prophetic authority and legitimacy, a form of gatekeeping by regulating the standards used to discern genuine prophetic words. What emerges here is a power dynamic between the two groups. The ACPE and elder networks seeking to subordinate the GPA and network of younger prophets. The most troubling aspect of the ACPE's statement and actions is their inconsistency. The most prominent leaders of the council never addressed the numerous failed prophecies made by their own members. Additionally, many of their own leaders did not respond to the warnings published in 2021 and 2022 against regulating prophecies and against Christian nationalism. Both of these statements were endorsed and signed by many of other apostles and prophets. In this specific context, two typical forms of legitimization or legitimation can be identified amongst these groups. One, on the ACPE side, the network relies on its history and prominence with the types of prophetic figures associated to the network. They also tried to frame their objections using the Bible, stating that every prophetic act or utterance should be governed by biblical principles. This is a propositional approach akin to that of certain fundamentalist groups. And two, on the GPA side, there is also an engagement with the Bible, yes, but there is a place for a narrative theology inspired by the biblical model of the prophet, in which the divine presence is embodied in corporal materiality and sensory experience. For example, when prophesying, Stark sometimes employs gestures of inhalation and exhalation. The imagery also associated with the prophecy, God punched Trump in the face, is a striking example of pronounced corporeality. Thus, the old guard of the ACPE grounds its legitimacy in historical and prophetic proeminence, whereas the new generation of prophets anchors it in lived experience of a prophetic paradigm. In the end, it falls to neo-charismatic Pentecostals to determine who holds true prophetic authority and if they wish to defend Christian nationalism or stand against it. Thank you.
Dr. Malik. And Dr. Malik, you'll need to unmute your connection.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear
Yeah.
you. Please
Okay, thank you
proceed.
so much. Thank you.
You're muted again. Come off mute and we'll be able to hear you.
Okay. Sorry. Sorry. I'm here now. Okay, my topic is New Age Religions, Anti-Christianity, and Nationalist Ideology. A background and context is this New Age spiritual movements have expanded globally in recent decades, often perceived as a personal and political. These movements increasingly intersect with identity politics. The paper situates that the phenomena within contemporary global cultural and political change. New Age religions emphasize on mysticism, historic knowledge, and self-empowerment. Preference for individual spiritual experience over institutional religion challenges established religious authority, particularly Christianity. Nationalist ideology. National identity increasingly linked with cultural and spirituality. Religion defined as heritage, tradition, and collective memory. Spiritual narratives used to strengthen the nationalist belongings. Intersection of spirituality and nationalism. Movements adopt new age symbols like myths and rituals. Narratives of ethnic purity, divine destiny, and cultural restoration emerge. Anti-Christian sentiments appear as cultural self-assertion rather than the direct opposition. Methodology I use in this paper is qualitative research approach, analysis of textual source, and media discourse. Focus on symbolic language and ideological narratives. Key findings for my research is overlap reflects a broader post-secular transformation. Religion functions as political and cultural distinction. Spiritual moves away from universalism towards identity-based meaning. For conclusion, I go for this like New Age beliefs contribute to alternative national discourses. Number two, Christianity is undermined and redefined in subtle and non-institutional ways. And third, highlights the changing role of religion in global politics. Thank you.
All right. I want to thank all of our panelists for sharing with us. I'm going to offer a brief comment and then I will mute and we will be in the hands of the University of Chicago Divinity School staff for a brief Q&A. And as I understand it, we will collect questions. The ones that will be asked of everyone at one time, and then panelists will be asked to answer very briefly. I would just ask us to consider the following thoughts after listening to these papers and in anticipation of our questions. I wonder about the multidisciplinary practice of participant observation and the ethics of participant observation, which has been deeply debated, particularly in disciplines like anthropology as it relates to ethnography, from the ethics of participant observation to the effectiveness of observation participation. I flipped that for a particular reason, because in the first speaker's paper, the question of what to do, so what, now what, that we've heard this information. So I wonder about the critical praxis of documentation, and I wonder about the relationship between information, stimulation as it relates to cosmopolitan audiences of intellectuals, and our role of curation of knowledge, of preservation, versus the second panel, Dr. Beckford, this intellectual method of confrontation. So I would sum up everything around the question of the effectiveness of observation participation with the word curation versus an intellectual, not just a theological, an intellectual method of confrontation. And what curation and confrontation, what are their relationships to institutionality, like the University of Chicago? It also makes me, number two, wonder about the limits of liberal plural humanism, right? And here, what I am concerned about is if there can, in fact, be an intellectual disposition of a critical materialism that isn't simply or solely read as Marxist. And so what I mean is in certain institutional settings, Marxism is only fashionable as a part of a European/Western intellectual tradition. So again, in a classical, neoclassical abstraction, we can entertain Marxism, but we can't in fact engage beyond observation and curation in a critical materialism because we don't do politics, we're intellectuals. And so the question becomes, is there a critical materialism that intellectuals can do that might not be readily associated with Marxism? Thank you. And to now the University of Chicago staff.
Thank you, Marlon. So we will do a brief Q&A. We're going to limit the questions to about 5. So the way that this Q&A will work will be very similar to yesterday's last panel, in which you'll pose the questions at once, and then with no answer interruption, and then panelists will respond following the questions. You are welcome to go to the mic. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo, for the opportunity to ask questions. My question goes to Andre. On the prophetic, I wanted to pass out what is the prophetic, because in theology and in Pentecostal movement, so there are three ways that they understand prophecy. Prophecy at foretelling, F-O-R-E, and prophecy at foretelling, which will fit Martin Luther King. That's why they call him a prophet, right? But it might not fit in the Pentecostals who believe in forth. And there is a third version, which is somebody that prosecutes for holiness. Elijah was prosecuting the power that be, and he was a prophet. So of this, how does these three understanding of prophecy, which basically is Nabi, but in theological terms, there are these three forms operate: foretelling, forthtelling, and somebody who prosecutes holiness for God, in the sense that they press. And Martin Luther King was like both. It was foretelling, it means preaching the word of God, and also holding power accountable. How do these three work out in the movement, or they completely ignore it? Thank you.
Thank you. I hope I understood your question well. We're talking about the various functions of prophecy and how they work. I think that in neo-charismatic Pentecostals, you have all of this in a sense. You'll have, prophecy in the sense of proclaiming God's word, emphasizing ideas that are stemmed out of Scripture. So this idea of proclaiming God's word as a form of prophecy, that is almost equivalent to preaching in a sense. You would have that. I don't think it's something that is not uncommon. Of course, what I illustrated in some of the examples that I gave was more of the predictive type of prophecy, which you'll find also in Scripture. So you'll have prophecy and prophets predicting certain things. And of course, in certain neo-charismatic Pentecostals, of course, this is a common practice. And the emphasis on holiness, like you say, if you look at all these prophetic figures that I spoke of, they do emphasize this a lot. The importance of holiness before the Lord, to have a consequent way of a consequent ethical life before God in order to be recognized as legitimate somehow. So that the message meets the person meets the message in a sense. So you have all of that within these circles. The issue now, in my sense, is how do you it's a question of competing authorities. You see, who has the authority to speak in God's name about certain issues? So you have in one case the older network that relies a lot on its own history and the preeminence of many of its founders and leaders that are recognized within the broader neo-charismatic Pentecostal milieus. And then you have that new, younger kind of generation prophets that don't kind of, they don't necessarily express themselves the same way. They don't necessarily align with the same types of political issues, and they are more critical. It's even surprising that you hear this kind of, in the context of what we have seen with the Trump administration and all of that, that you see actually prophets being very, very vocal against this kind of political ideology and Christian nationalism. But in the end, all of this boils down to, where do they get their inspiration to function as prophets? They borrow from a prophetic schema. And that comes from their profound knowledge of scripture that they simply reenact, you see. So this comes from the idea of, Andre Druger's work on methodological Ludism, to take seriously the actions and the words of the people that were interested in studying, in a sense, and to engage in a form of play, because they themselves are also engaged in a form of play. They themselves borrow and have a role in how they perform. They do a performance, essentially. So I don't know if this answers your question, but yeah. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Andre. So if there are no further questions, I leave it to the panelists to respond to the chair's prompt. And if you have no responses at this time, then I propose that we can conclude this session. But I leave it to the panelists.
All right, I've managed to silence you.
No, I was just trying to be polite and allow Andre to go first. But look, I think these are great points in terms of the ethics. There are two governing systems, one in terms of journalism, and there are particular rights to reply, confidentiality, power dynamics, neutrality, that one has to sign up to, including the right to reply. So anybody you might interview has the right to reply before the screening or even after. So it's quite open in that sense. And equally, in terms of participant observation in the traditional research context, there are ethical criteria that one has to sign up to. And I live between these two worlds. And I suppose what the second world allows me to do is just to be highly reflexive. And you bring that into the narrative in terms of documentary. But I'd underpin all of this by action research methodology. Ultimately, what we're attempting to do is not only analyze, but change things. And in the case of the Dagenham situation, they lost the election, the far-right group. That was part of our project, was to influence what was happening on the ground. That is action reflection methodology. And likewise with the Israeli settlers in Palestine, the interest was how can we influence this? Because obviously it's an issue of injustice. So there are ethical issues that are always shot through it, and you have to be situational and choose which side you're going to stand on, which is what theology has to do, not only in theory but also in terms of practice. And I think that second part answers your question about material practice and how we engage with this. And I would come at this in a slightly different way, because I think that you can get around this by, I think, well, the way in which I approach it is through documentary theory, because part of documentary in its classic sense isn't just about observation and documenting the way the world is, but also seeking through that to actually bring something new to light, to actually change. And in Grierson, the Grierson tradition, which emerges in the UK, documentary has to have an impact. It has to have an ethic behind it. So working within documentary filmmaking, then yes, to your question, that's how we connect the material practice with, in my case, theological discourse.
I don't know if I'm gonna have an as much of an elaborate answer as my esteemed colleague here, but what resonated with me in your comment, Marlon, is the idea of curation, of how we construct meaning out of things that we see or we think we see. I'll just take one brief example, and it's not to discredit any of the work that has been done on Christian nationalism. But I recently co-wrote an article with a colleague from l'Université de Montréal, l'Université de Lausanne in Geneva. You can find it on academia.edu. It's called "How Religious Activists Framed Christian Nationalism as a Political Category." And it essentially, debates about the usefulness even of that term. And how it was constructed, or how it is constructed in a particular way, and how now it is used as a kind of reversal stigma used by people that were labeling this way as a badge of honor. And it becomes something that, in a sense, you almost wonder if it's still useful, because you use the term to describe a social category, or the way that social actors are acting in the social world. But then when those social actors are actually embracing that term, what do you do with it? So it almost loses its own analytical power as a category. So what we argue for in the well, it's done. Everybody uses this expression. We can't change it. But the thing is, what we argue for in the article is essentially looking rather, because when you talk about Christian nationalism, often it's defined as, discrete markers that were popularized by quantitative analysis. You see, by posing questions. You have the great work of Whitehead and Perry on those categories, using quantitative data and coming up with discrete markers of what constitutes, Christian nationalism. But it's very hard with that to come up and frame with clearly types of social groups that you clearly can identify as that. So it becomes complicated. So what we argue instead is look at what these people say about what's their own discourse and what's their own theology, and go from their theology. And then with a theology, for example, we use one of the markers is, dominionism, dominion theology. So if you use dominion theology, then you see, okay, what comes out of dominion theology? What types of groups? And then you come up with things like New Apostolic Reformation or Christian Reconstructionism or things like that, or new types of neo-Calvinistic streams of thought. So yeah, there's always this challenge of constructing terms, concepts out of surveys that don't necessarily reflect the reality of what these people mean. And I think personally, if we can get information from what they say themselves, and then use that and trying to understand that, we're, I think, on less shaky ground. But that's my take. Thank you.
Let me offer this reply and conclusion. As we negotiate the tension of what I raised, it reminds me of an example. I do work with a predominantly Black Pentecostal group in the United States, where I go to their church settings and do critical talks as an intellectual. And so I did a talk earlier in 2025 on social justice, where they wanted to move where they had practitioner pastors wanting to move people from traditional language around the rapture. And the person was using the language as moving forward, being more progressive of dominionism. We need to have dominion in education. We need to have dominion in the workplace and not just be waiting around until Jesus comes back. And I tried to gently tell that person who was a practitioner that, you know, you are using language popularized by a trilogy of works by Pat Robertson, popularized through televangelism of CBN and TBN, and disseminated through the New Apostolic Reformation, the Seven Mountain Movement, and you probably use the Holy Spirit and Spiritual Gifts guidebook by C. Peter Wagner without recognizing that he's also done all of this other work. And so, Andre, to your point, it is in fact, at least the work I do, where I resonate with the confrontation versus the curation, and rather the observer participation, that the stakes for the person who embraces what I call generative Blackness as a mode of critique understands their flesh on the line when they actually are in these settings. And so they both don't seek to impose categories, but then, to use Dr. Wariboko's question, what I would see what Robert is doing as actually a mode of prophecy, as a mode in the Cornel West articulation of prophetic pragmatism, right? And thus, theologically or philosophically or intellectually or methodologically, as a disciplinary or anti-disciplinary scholar, it is a type of prophecy that can be read in Christian parlance, because we actually do, in fact, many of us, the Black scholars, are very familiar with New Apostolic. We know the church talk, and thus we're not imposing white Christian nationalism. We're just doing what Amy Césaire said when he talked about the communion wafer being dipped in shit. Thank you.
Leo, can I offer like a 1 minute defense of
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. 1 minute defense of ethnography. We don't know how this story ends. I may be spending too much time with grassroots activists, like, you know, in the middle and sort of flyover states, right? We don't know how this story ends. I think I realized long ago, I don't know how to be an activist. I have full admiration for the activists, but what I can contribute is, like documenting here and there and everywhere, and maybe sort of providing some synthesis and analysis, getting it out there. My first pieces from this project have been sort of more public pieces. We can do that, right? We have access to certain rooms, certain publications, maybe podcasts, right, that we can amplify the work that's been done on the ground. So it's not, for me, it's curation, sure, but first and foremost, it's the documenting and bringing these voices from, again, small town, whatever, right, that cannot get into these spaces and cannot get into print, or, you know, to use sort of my very limited power, right, in order to do that. So and it's not an either or, right? It's not an either or. It's a both and everything, because as I said, we don't know how the story ends. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you to you all for your patience. And thank you to Orit and our panelists and our chair for being as flexible and understanding as we all can be with this fun technology. We will now break. Very exciting. Please go get coffee. We'll reconvene in about 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Thank you. have the in-person panelists go first.
Okay.
Whatever order you determine for either of them. Then after that, do you plan to introduce the panel as a whole first?
What have people been doing?
Great question. It has been easiest if you introduce the panel as a whole first, so that way we can just streamline tech.
I'll do that.
And then, yeah, we will take care of the Hello, Zoom panelists. Can you hear me? Need a thumbs up? Thank you. Can everyone else hear me? Can you turn on your video? Great. Hello, welcome. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for following my perhaps absurd amount of emails and updates. So we will... Hello, Zoom panelists. Can you hear me? going to try and hopefully this does not. Where's the key? Thank you. All right. Can everyone hear me? Okay, so we will begin shortly. We'll introduce, and then we will proceed with the Zoom panels normally as scheduled. All in-person panelists will go first, and then the order will be up to Professor Schultz to announce. Thank you so much.
All right, can everyone hear me okay? Well, my name is William Schultz. I'm an assistant professor of American religions here at the University of Chicago Divinity School. Welcome to Swift Hall. Welcome back after the break. Hope you are all enjoying both this beautiful winter day and the stimulating conversation so far. Our topic for today's panel is new ideological stirrings of Christian nationalism. I will introduce our 5 panelists, then turn it over to them. So we will first hear from Stian Sorley Eriksson, who is an associate professor at the Hyde Specialized University in Oslo. His research interests include migrant churches, missiology, and Pentecostal theology and spirituality, and he has published numerous articles on the changing face of Norwegian and global Pentecostalism. Next, we will hear from Bernard Coelho, who is professor and dean at the Protestant. You doing okay? All right. That definitely does make a difference, doesn't it? Thank you. At the Protestant Faculty of Theology in Brussels, specializing in the anthropology and sociology of religions and global Christianity. He has published numerous books and articles on the topic of African Christianity, including a recent edited volume on the figure of Hagar, and a book on Christianities in Morocco. Then we will move over to our ethereal Zoom panelists, starting with Thomas Sunnis Dronen, who is professor of global studies and religion at Hyde Specialized University's Center for the Study of World Christianity and Religion. And his work explores the transnational flows of religion between Africa and Europe, particularly Northern Europe. Our 4th panelist will be Mina Song Lee, who is currently pursuing a Master of Theological Studies at Emory University's Candler School of Theology. Her interests include Christian nationalism, globalization, gender, and practices of diaspora. And last, our final presenter will be Songhan Kim, who serves on the Mennonite Central Committee as a representative for Northeast Asia and is affiliated with the Carl Henry Center for Theological Understanding at Trinity Evangelical Divinity School. So we have an excellent array of panelists, topics, ideas, and with that, I will move aside and turn the floor and microphone over to Stian Sorley Eriksson.
First of all, thank you so much to the organizers for pulling us all together here and for the engaging perspectives and discussions so far on this theme, which is not only current here, but very much alive transnationally, including my own Norwegian context. I know you all know where Norway is, but just for the geopolitical context, our placement geographically may depict contours of the framework for our discussion, being situated apart from, but somehow connected to and between the United States and Europe. With 5 million people, Norway was largely monocultural until post-war development and the discovery of oil in the late 60s, which ushered into a new era of immigration, first German guest workers and then streams of immigrants from many nations. Today, people from more than 200 countries live in Norway. For a historical backdrop, in 2024, Norway celebrated a millennium-long Christian history and the establishment of Christian laws, marking Norway as a Christian country, historically and culturally. The main celebration took place at Moster, the historical site on the northwest coast of Norway, and was a celebration of Christian foundational value. And you can see a picture of the crown prince and the crown prince and the princess that was there, and there was sort of a romantic flair to the celebration. But the establishment of the Christian legal code provided this cultural fabric and ideological foundation that represented the transition from the Viking Age, and signifying also the role of religion in the formation and the unification of the nation. Though I'm not a historian, so I'm on thin ice here, but though history is more complicated and happened over a longer period, it was brought to Norway through migration, and the one Olav Haraldsson, known as later as Olav the Saint, is a key national figure, having encountered Christianity, particularly on the British Isles, and they brought British bishops back to Christianize Norway. But this was a kind of Christianity that would imply a potential new way of legitimizing power. Just to show the long history of Christianity as a central element in our national identity, in 2025, the city of Stavanger, where I'm currently living on the southwest coast of Norway, celebrated 900 years of the city of Stavanger, the Stavanger Cathedral, and the Diocese of Stavanger. And they say that the cathedral came before the city. But in that sense, Norway was largely Catholic until the Reformation, but the Reformation that came was a forced and political reformation from above by Danish rule, inaugurating a 300-year political and cultural union with Denmark, making Catholicism illegal, and established the National Lutheran State Church, which in essence had monopoly until 1845. And the Norwegian sociologist Paul Botvar has asked, must one be a Christian to be truly Norwegian? Without having time to elaborate later, the non-conformist, pietist, and dissident movement headed by Hans Nielsen Hauge, he's also from my home place on the east side of Norway, has been seen as a decisive force behind the development of modern Norway, religiously, socially, culturally, and politically, as well as economically. And it was important for the independence movement from Danish rule and the formation of our own constitution in 1814. And though Hauge was imprisoned in 1804 for preaching without a license, several of people from his movement were elected into the National Assembly in 1814. And if you go to the parliament, you can see the silhouettes of portraits. They didn't have their picture seen of religious conviction. And last year, we celebrated the 200-year anniversary of Norwegian emigration to America, here showing the ship Restoration that sailed from Stavanger to America. But many who emigrated were part of the Hauge movement. But interesting also, when they came to America, some of them were skeptical of the Americanization, and they started their own schools, trying to maintain their religious and national identity, in reference to the presentation on schools earlier. But from our independence and our constitution in 1840, Norway has been a constitutional monarchy. And it's interesting to just note in passing that it says in the legal framework, our values will remain our Christian and humanist heritage, and the king shall at all times profess the evangelical Lutheran religion. Though today political ideologies and political climates largely reflect that of a secularized society with a strong social democratic legacy, and the king has also been quite vocal in embracing a vision of the multicultural, multi-ethnic society. Fast forwarding to our present discussion, and the last few years, including the recent parliamentary election, there has been a surge of conservatives and perhaps Christian nationalist-oriented ideological streams emerging, particularly in social media and some political initiatives. Though not on the mainstream, it's not a mainstream phenomenon. We might need a magnifier to see it, but it's still of interest for our present discussion. The politically moderate Christian Democratic Party speaks of a conservative turn, calling for a return to the Christian values on which the nation was built. And in short, though the Social Democratic left won the last election, ideologically the real winner was the conservative right, especially the far-right Progress Party. My colleague Hans Morten Haugen says that Norway is a relatively secular country which might give relatively limited potential for a strong Christian right movement, but there is a potential for broad mobilization on particular family policy. He identifies several sub-movements, part of this, including a Christian TV station called Vision Norway, the Christian Zionist movement, which is quite diverse, and also proponents for Norwegian legislation and for Christian laws and a more visible Christianity in the public sphere. And includes certain pastors that has built alliances with conservatives, leaders in Central Europe, a couple of ambassadors, as well as charismatic prophets such as Cindy Jacobs, and also connecting to the immigrant communities. And though it is a small margin movement, they have been able to collect money and mobilize, and to seeing legislation as a crucial tool for re-Christianizing Norway. In addition, the quite marginal Christian Conservative Party called Conservatives, formerly they were known as the Christians, that was their name, has gained some traction advocating for transnational Trump and MAGA-like politics in some issues, mirroring influences of Christian nationalist ideologies and podcasts. So in a recent TV debate, the current leader said he agreed with Trump 80%. And the same leader is also the leader for and the founder for the African Israel Initiative, connecting leaders to bring the blessings from Africa to Israel and receive the blessing from Israel back to Africa. In this slide, you see from a report in the media with the Bible group among young people. On the wall it says God's Word and Our Heritage. And in the interview with one of them, he admits, I'm a bit of a fan of Trump. I like many of his opinions, especially on abortion. And he commented that he was skeptical to the one-sided Norwegian media. From 2011, there's also been this quite large Christian conservative conference called Oslo Symposium, where politicians of various kinds have attended. And about themselves, they say, this is Norway's most important value mobilization, and the desire to influence what's happening in Norwegian society. A lot has gone the wrong way. And it's unfashionable to follow the basic principle of Christianity. Rights we have been taken for granted are in danger of disappearing. And they're referring back to the celebration at Moster, that Norway is a Christian country, and we will take the fight. And also they are saying, specifically, we're connecting to similar initiatives in the United States, and they're co-hosting this event together with the International Christian Embassy of Jerusalem. Another example of the transnational scope of the current discussions is on Christian nationalism as a topic is on an upcoming conference called Think, arranged by a relatively conservative Christian think tank, with the topics that include increasing interest in spiritual matters, Christian nationalism, treadwife, sexuality, and next generation. But Christian nationalism is controversial, and as mentioned, in my context, quite relatively marginal or subsurface. And for the US context, Daniel Miller knows that the present-day American Christian nationalism represents the most potent and culturally, politically visible Christian expression in contemporary North American context. In their book on Christian nationalism, David Guide and Joan Brown on Christian nationalism, the critical and theological perspectives, they emphasize the contextual nature of Christian nationalism and the importance of comparative perspectives. And they're also asking a question, for example, if nationalism implies a nation's claim, it does not necessarily oppose or contradict pluralism. So to kind of gauge the sentiment of some of the media posts I've seen and what I know, a question is like, can the term Christian nationalism be softened in a way? Is it redemptive in any way to include the positive belief in the influence of Christian values without being exclusive in that setting? These are some examples that are in Norwegian, but they're asking, is Christian nationalism the opposite of Christianity? Some say there's nothing to do with Jesus. But one post says, if I say God bless Norway, does that make me a Christian nationalist? One commentator in a large paper said that after the killing of Charlie Kirk, it's like, I don't think we understand the Christian side of Charlie Kirk. And there's been a number of podcasts, media posts, and so forth that has started to thematize Christian nationalism. And on a podcast called The Cultural War, one discussion said, it's not oil alone that has made Norway an international success, nor socialism's willingness to regulate and limit. It is the 1,000-year-long anchoring in Christianity has lifted us forward as a nation, both morally and economically. So, to understand Christian nationalism in the Norwegian context, I don't think we only have to go to the MAGA context, but have to look back to our own history as well, to look at the streams of different kinds of nationalism or Christian-oriented nationalism. One commentator in the media said, I share the concern many people have about Christian nationalism, but I see the value of holding to our Christian cultural roots. Then Christianity should not use to build up a national self-righteousness and power to keep anyone out, but rather to take care of and build up equality and brotherhood of all people. But the societal context is further complicated by migration. And today, more than close to 22% of the Norwegian population have an immigrant background, first or second generation. So while the majority church has been in decline, there has been an exponential growth, relatively speaking, of international immigrant churches, particularly Catholic, also Orthodox, and quite a large, diverse Pentecostal charismatic evangelical landscape. And though we also don't have time to elaborate, these also represent different national contexts in themselves, the national Christian religious home context of the immigrants. That also is meeting at this crossroads. Coming from religious political contexts like Nigeria, or Ghana, other places, the Philippines, Christian migrants may represent new political and ideological allies formerly not acknowledged. It's not uncommon for Christian migrant churches to pray strategically for Norway's return to Christian roots, for revival, for reversing secularization, for various levels of political leadership, for different spheres of society, and perhaps most importantly for traditional family values. This is also part of their mission. And on this slide, you see the Redeemed Christian Church of God in Stavanger, Dayspring Parish. They're participating every year in the People's Parade on the National Day, May 17th, marching with music, Norwegian flags, and blue jackets saying, Jesus loves you. And they're often seen as the most, as a highlight and the most lively group in that parade. The other image says here, also from RCC Jesus, help is here in Norway, inviting for prayer and the restoration of the land that my God may heal our land, referring to Joel 2, Psalms 115, and often connected to 2 Chronicles 7:11, if my people are called by my name and humble themselves and pray, I will heal their land. One immigrant pastor I know, he works specifically with Christian politicians to pray intensively for certain issues. And also it's a way to grassroots mobilize people in the churches. And as such, we talked much about dominion theology in this conference, but at least in mindset from the prayer, God is not only Savior of the individual, but God, the God of the nation, who can transform a nation. So this event here at this picture was in 2014. It was the first annual Pentecost festival, which churches from many different backgrounds, culturally and so forth, came together to celebrate the Pentecost in Oslo. And it's continued. But after the church service, there was a march that ended in front of the parliament, thanking Norway. It was called the Thank You Norway March, thanking the Norway for the Christian values in the constitution and also for the generous immigration policies that had given them a safe haven in Norwegian society. Another example of transnational impulses that we can talk more about is the Church of Pentecost from Ghana. Here is a post from the Church of Pentecost in one of our cities. Is using the same missional vision as the headquarters in Ghana, encouraging the church to make an impact in every sphere of society, possessing the nations, both figuratively and otherwise. And this may include, encouraging people to go into politics, for example. So in short, God can transform the nation, He can transform the individual, God can turn the heart of the king, and one should intercede and transform society through prayer and fasting. God has placed one here for such a time as this. Having the backdrop of churches like Church of Pentecost, Jesus is Lord from the Philippines, they are quite politically engaged in their home context, also are part of the picture of this meeting point. One I talked to said, if God can do it in Nigeria, He can do it in Norway. This may also reflect the seven mountain and the dominion theology, but not reduced to a one-size-fits-all. One may find more affinity with the earlier pieties-oriented type of national depicted earlier. Thus, in conclusion, and I'm taking this picture a little bit out of context, Christian migrants find themselves at sort of like a crossroads at the intersection of different strands of Christian nationalism and different ideologies. At one point, you have the MAGA kind, which is ever present through media and in their transnational connections that many live. You have the national romantic kind of Moster from 1024. You have the pietist orientation. And also they have their own home context. Some of these streams may also be a part of what this will look like in the future. And also I've seen that the migrant community has been sort of like, everyone wants to have their voice and have their opinion. So one time I got a invitation from, or a question from a Christian leader, conservative, sort of Christian, nationalist oriented, if I could send him all the list of all the contact information of all the pastors I know for immigrant backgrounds. He wanted to contact them in connection to the election. He didn't get the list. But you can just see that they represent the appeal to values is very important. So the converging streams of various transnational ideologies represent various shades of Christian nationalism in the Norwegian context, and what this will look like in the future may be a topic for a future presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Yeah. All the way. Yep. Yep. Down. Okay. Thank you. I manage. Okay, sorry.
problem here. Okay, first of all, I would like to thank you for your invitation. It's a privilege for me to be able to participate in this conference and, above all, to benefit from your brilliant expertise, all of you. My presentation aims to outline the contour of a Christian nationalism that has been emerging in the Democratic Republic of Congo since the election of the current president, Félix Tshisekedi, at the end of 2018. I will examine how consent is manufactured in the interaction between dominant actors, religious and political leaders, on the one hand, and dominated actors on the other, who accept, reject, or subvert this instrumentalization of religion. I will then, at the end, question the real possibility of bringing about a Christian nation in a context that is nevertheless favorable. So this reflection on the manufacturing of consent applies to all contexts, I hope, for you. Since the National Conference of 1991, the Congolese religious landscape had been organized around two pillars inherited from the colonial period: the Catholic Church on the one hand, and the Church of Christ in Congo, bringing together various Protestant denominations on the other. A third force emerged in the 2000, joining the religious platform organized by the government. In the space of 15 years, the Revival Church, or Église de Réveil, charismatic and neo-Pentecostal churches, formed into an autonomous federation, reversed the balance of power while activating a strong societal entrism. A fourth force, smaller in number, is the Kimbangist Church. It is based on the figure of the martyred prophet Simon Kibangu, who in April 1921 sparked a large popular movement that was quickly suppressed by the colonial power. In 2023, an election year, Tshisekedi will attempt to appropriate the symbol of the nation's spiritual and political autonomy by declaring April 6 a national holiday. Okay, so now my first point is an event that occurred on June 2019, the prayer for the consecration of the nation. On this day, Félix Antoine Tshisekedi performed an unprecedented act of the Martyr Stadium, at the Martyr Stadium in Kinshasa, a football stadium, during a national day of Thanksgiving organized following his election in December 2018 for his first term. The goal was to dedicate the nation to God. Orchestrated by his pastoral advisors, the ceremony was held in front of 80,000 people who joined in his prayer. Listen, the prayer of the president. I command and submit my entire nation to your supreme authority. He's talking to God. Sit on the throne of this country and reign as absolute master. Be the king of Congo and take your rightful place. In my capacity, the president is talking about him now, in my capacity as spiritual authority, I cancel all negative words that have been spoken over this country. I cancel all curses, and I declare that darkness will never again reign over the DRC in the name of Jesus Christ. I issue a new decree on the nation. I declare that the Congo is blessed and prosperous. I proclaim that the country is taking flight and will never retreat again. In this drama, played out in front of and with the crowd in the stands, the president, who converted to Pentecostalism in 2015, borrows from this movement the rhetoric of prayers of authority. Those kind of prayers that break occult curses and call for prosperity. The head of state, through a kind of rhetorical usurpation, operates this semantic shift between political authority and spiritual authority. Another prayer of repentance is pronounced that day by a pastor, arousing strong collective emotion and bringing about a junction, even a fusion, between God's people in the religious sphere and the Congolese nation political sphere. Consent of that day was unanimous, given the collective excitement that gripped the stadium. The combination of politics and religion is at its peak at the beginning of the Tshisekedi, the president era. The societal influence of Pentecostal churches operates on three levels: numerical growth, their influence first; secondly, their influence on the habits of other religious denominations, and therefore their impact on society as a whole. Pentecostal pastors, with the backing of the authorities, are increasingly involved in political, diplomatic, and economic affairs. And this dedication prayer of June 2019 is a landmark event. It is rooted in a theopolitical imaginary that has gradually taken shape in the Congolese context and is characterized by strong biblical references. So it is this theopolitical imaginary. I quote, it's my quotation: "The Congo, a nation chosen by God, like biblical Israel, guided by successive Messiah prophets, a blessed nation, endowed with unprecedented natural resources, called to an equally unprecedented supranational destiny, sometimes threatened or seduced by enemy powers, oscillating between obedience and disobedience, the former leading to prosperity, obedience, for the country, and the later disobedience to their misfortune unless they repent." So this political imaginary has two sources. It draws on biblical narratives as hermeneutic resources for interpreting or transforming reality. It is exacerbated by the geographical and historical context and what might be called circumstance, geopolitics, world order, or should I say world disorder. The immense mineral resources and the wars and millions of victims caused by the exploitation of these resources come to mind, as does the invasion in early 2025 by rebel troops linked to Rwanda, but the scenarios chosen differ and prevent collective consent. Everything is reinterpreted through the prism of this theopolitical and biblical imagination. But the scenarios chosen differ and prevent collective consent. Okay, point two. Now, two paradoxes concerning the Congolese religious field. The first paradox is that of an officially secular state, but one in which religious references are omnipresent, permeating both public and private spaces to the point of saturation. The 2006 Constitution itself establishes this paradox. The first article refers to a state governed by the rule of law, independent, democratic, and secular. But the preamble of the Constitution, meanwhile, seems to refer to a divine and supranational mission for the Congo. I quote, we, the Congolese people, aware of our responsibilities before God, the nation, Africa, and the world, solemnly declare our adoption of this Constitution. This responsibility before God is invoked at both the national and local levels by all political and religious actors. The former, politicians, in messianic tones, evoke their divine mission to elevate or restore the nation. The later, religious actors, claim prophetic vigilance or a duty of spiritual guidance for the authorities, and first and foremost, the highest authority of the state. In general, the idea is that Congo is the object of a unique destiny, and that is therefore identifies God's plan, which everyone can participate in, is anonymously shared. So it seems to open the way for Christian nationalism. But there is a second paradox. It concerns the apparent homogeneity of the field. While the DRC is predominantly Christian in religious terms, with one of the highest percentages of people claiming to be Christian in the world, over 90%, there is, on the other hand, an extreme diversification in intra-Christian religious offerings. According to Congolese historian Professor Dwael Nziem, the specificity of the Congolese religious field is its propensity for religious innovation. He points out that this culture of innovative traditions has long been established. In the Protestant sphere, it is the still active legacy of Congolese prophecies and hybrid Pentecostalism. In Catholicism, it is the adoption in 1988 of the Zairian Rite, Congolese Rite, a unique event in the history of global Catholicism, which Congolese Catholics succeeded in imposing on Rome. So, this liturgical and aesthetic creativity and these ritual dramaturgies, deliverances, repentances, prophecies, specific to Congolese religious culture, create an highly competitive field. So the Congolese people turn to one religious proposal to another. Their reasons for affiliation, single or multiple affiliation, disaffiliation, and re-affiliation will be guided by a critical, individual, and collective assessment of the ability of each of the religious systems present to resolve their vital concern, health, security, fertility, prosperity, but also to resolve the problem of the nation and its ability to inscribe individual trajectories into a collective destiny. Each religious proposal involves operation of transfiguration of reality, transforming ordinary believers, enthused by the speeches of the speakers, into saviors of the nation, in accordance with in accordance with this theopolitical imaginary steeped in biblical references. So there is a dual dimension for each proposal. A personal concern, I would say my own personal Jesus, but also participation in a collective destiny, our own national Jesus. The management of misfortune and unhappiness is no longer taken at the individual level, but at the collective level. For example, the apostle and archbishop of the Miklor churches, Diamond Bob Kalonji Sibadi, claims to have received a revelation from God in 1998 about a program for soul care of the nation. A concept is developing in collective training sessions. It's clear that in this context, regarding the question that interests us, the destiny of the nation, there are several competing proposals. Let me give you an example of biblical or liturgical creativity. You know that each country will look to the Bible, for the revelation that is specifically intended for Israel, The biblical slogan that signifies the election of the nation and its supranational destiny. For example, Egyptian Christianity draws on Isaiah promise, "Blessed be Egypt, my people." Israel, and Ethiopian Christians, for their part, have identified Psalm 68, verse 32, Cush or Ethiopia will stretch out her hands to God. So, Congolese Bible prophets have identified this little-known prophecy of Isaiah 18 attached to Cush. there is verse 2 speaks of sending messengers beyond the river of Ethiopia to a strong and vigorous nation whose land is cut off by rivers. So, Congolese experts, they see in this country, cut off by rivers beyond the Nile, a description of the Congo. And in the visionary eschatological perspective of chapter 18, verse 7, NIV say of the same country, at that time gifts, listen, so this is a prophecy for Congo, at that time gifts will be brought to the Lord Almighty from a people tall and smooth-skinned, from a people feared far and wide, an aggressive nation of strange speech, whose land is divided by rivers. This gift will be brought to Mount Zion, the place of the name of the Lord Almighty. So the interpretation adopted by is as follows. One day, these people, Congolese people, mentioned in Scripture, will bring their offerings to God on Mount Zion. It means that the Congo would thus have a global spiritual mission. Its material riches, notably lithium and other resources, and spiritual riches should serve God's work and not be plundered by foreign powers. So, in Congo, nationalist narratives do not converge. They activate forces in opposite directions. For example, the tragic invasion of Eastern Congo in late 2024 and early 2025 by rebel troops of the M23, an ally of neighboring Rwanda, revived a very strong nationalist movement for the defense of the nation. Congolese pastor, rushed to offer a series of patriotic prayers. Two scenarios coexist. The first is the patriotic prayer of Apostle, for example, of Apostle Mutombo, pastor of a mega church in Kinshasa. He declared, let the church cease. Yeah. Yeah. Let the church cease, let it recede. Let the label garbage country end here. The gates of heaven are opening because there is an angel who ascends and descends according to your command. He offers a prayer for the destruction of a mystical altars. Another scenario of patriotic prayer is that of Paula White-Cain, yes, the one you know, head of the White House Face Office, who is present in the DRC in November 25 as part of a diplomatic spiritual tour of Central Africa to ensure the spiritual follow-up to the Washington agreements between the DRC and Rwanda. In Kinshasa, she prophesied based on the text of Nehemiah, announcing that peace will be restored after 52 days. So the Congolese recipients below are ironic about this American delegation. They know it's a country of pastors, of musicians, comedians, and TikTokers. They note that the prophecy has not been fulfilled, the prophecy of Paula White. Okay, now I've finished with my last point. Manufacturing of consent, relativization of truth regime, depreciation, and manipulation of symbol. We can now summarize by returning to the question of consent. There are three obstacles to the emergence of a Christian nation scenario in DRC. The first is that it is hardly possible to evoke religious narratives without immediately encountering tension between competing proposals. This relativization of this regime of truth undermines the effectiveness of Christian nationalism, which requires a strong and unambiguous discourse. The second is the erosion of a rhetoric linked to religious reference. The Congolese people's sympathy for Christian nationalism discourse is real, but it goes hand in hand with a culture of criticism, which becomes increasingly exacerbated as the theopolitical imaginary is brandished. There is no shortage of critical comments. The DRC does not need a biblical prophecy. It needs a functioning state and an army capable of imposing the cost of non-compliance with agreements. The third, last, is a manipulation of symbols. According to Herman and Chomsky, from whom I borrowed the expression manufacturing consent, this involves the instrumentalization of political discourse through carefully targeted media propaganda that can serve the interests of a dominant class, whether political or religious. The dimension is, of course, present in our context. But we propose instead to focus on our reflection on the manufacture of consent by drawing on Michel de Certeau. Consent given can be withdrawn based on the premise that each individual exercises their agency and critical capacity, or to put it in another way, as Michel de Certeau says, the people, including the audience at the Martyrs Stadium, are not social idiots. In his theory of resistance from below, de Certeau shows that faced with the strategy of the dominated public deploys various tactics. They remain active in the reception of the messages sent to them with critical outbursts when what is said deviates too far from what is done. It is in this vein that he writes, it is always good to remember that people should not be taken for idiots. Taking up Michel de Certeau's reflection on grassroots resistance, we should remember that the strategies of the dominant are countered by the tactics of the dominated, who are active and critical in their reception of the messages sent to them when actions diverge from words. To use these categories of epistemic injustice, there is meta-lucidity among some, of meta-blindness among others. So I finish here. Thank you for your attention.
Confirming now that we can now see you on screen on Zoom, so you are welcome to proceed as you would like. Thank you.
Good evening to you from Norway. Can you all hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Then I will proceed. My name is Thomas Unnes Drønen, and I'm a professor of global studies and religion at the Center for the Study of World Christianity and Religion at Hyde Specialized University in Norway. I'm very much looking forward to sharing my presentation with you, and I have called my presentation, Is God Back in Europe? I really find the theme of this conference interesting. Can we spot a connection between what is going on in the churches and political conservatism? And is this a global trend, or is this something that we can spot locally? And what I will try to do now is to have a look at what is going on in Europe. And I will start by this slide. In Norwegian, we say "Er Gud tilbake?" This is the title of an article that I wrote in a Christian newspaper, trying to engage with this question. And what we are doing now is that we are working on a research project where we try to look at these questions. We are trying to look at what's going on basically in the northern part of Europe. And I start here with this example from The Independent. Make Christianity cool again. Why Gen Z, what we can call a political conservatism. And in that sense, the relationship between the spiritual and the political is what is at stake here and what we are looking for. Is this political? Is this kind of woke that strikes back? Has liberalization gone so far that now the conservative forces are kind of knocking on the door, even in Europe? Or is it the Gen Z that is in search of meaning? And is this altogether an example of political conservatism that is on the rise? These are some of the questions that we are trying to look at in the project that we are developing. But saying here that I will not share with you a lot of findings from this research, but I will take you into the questions that we have now that we are preparing this project. And the background for this is our Center for the Study of World Christianity and Religion, where we have done a lot of studies on Africa, on Pentecostal churches, and as my good colleague Stian's told you about, also about African immigrants to Norway. So we have kind of quite good documentation of the growing churches around the world. I was recently supervising a PhD from the Mekane Yesu Church in Ethiopia, where they now have more than 13 million members and see this extreme church growth that is going on in Ethiopia. How can we understand what is going on in other parts of the world? Is this a global trend? We have a colleague who is working on the Russian Orthodox Church, for instance, seeing how they are strengthening their position in the war against Ukraine. And we see some elements, or we see some examples of church growth also in our own surroundings in Norway. And we are trying to see if is it possible to understand this as a global trend, or are these kind of individual examples of different political and surroundings. Of course, we have to start in the US, because all new trends that we talk about in Europe normally come from the US. And when Newsweek had this article in April, Gen Zers becoming more religious. Of course, what do? They focus on influencers with a lot of followers on TikTok, and they focus on the celebrities that are kind of being examples of this change. And the question then, is this something that we will find all over the places, or is this kind of a US phenomenon? When we look at the statistics in the US, of course, there are a lot of different statistics. If we only for now, for a while, stick to the Barna group and see what they have found as answers to the question, I have made a personal commitment to follow Jesus that is still important in my life today. We see that the changes from 2000 to 2025 are, so to speak, non-existent. But we see kind of an up and down in this in the answers that they have collected, and seeing that the last 5 years we have a rise of interest in religious questions also in the US. So in this sense, we see that in the US it's quite stable in this sense, but there are still some internal changes that are quite interesting. When we look at the question related to young women, and where we see that more young women identify as having no faith, then we see that the Gen Z generation now is rising to 38%. So we see that there is more and more women that are actually saying that they have no faith. And this is actually a trend that we will come back to, that we will see also quite a lot in Europe. Because when we see that the church attendance in the US, according to the Barna Group, has switched from being 47% women in 2000 and 38% men, and now it's the opposite. Now men are towards 45% and women 36%. And even if this statistic is not, we don't know to what extent, how exact it is a trend that I think we can actually spot globally, and we will come back to that also in Europe. And the interesting part here is also that we see that whereas kind of in the boomer generation there is a slightly less interest in this, then it's a shift in the Gen Z generation, where we can see the difference between men and women, and it is most clear probably in the boomer generation that you really see a change in churchgoers, where the numbers are slightly declining for women but rising for the men. What about secularization, which will be the theoretical approach in our study? Is this a European myth? Robbie Robertson wrote in 2007 his article, which is now famous, called Global Millennialism, a postmortem on secularization. And he was talking about a misunderstood relationship between modernization and secularization among most sociologists in Europe. He called it the inability of his colleagues to recognize the importance of religion. He calls this an ethnocentric assumption, saying that the problem with Europeans is they only look at their own stomach. They don't realize what is going on in Africa and in the US. And he calls this failure indeed one of the great shibboleths, at least category errors in the history of the social sciences. So I think more and more even social scientists in Europe are realizing that something is happening on the global scene, and it's not there is not a continued decline in church attendance, especially among the youth, for instance. And Casanova, with reference to sociologists from the US, he supports Robertson's claim and calls the focus on secularization a European myth. Then, what are the numbers in Europe? Is God back? Er Gud tilbake? I was part of a conference for philosophy and science, and what was shocking for a lot of the people that were organizing was that some of the panels talking about the rise of Christianity were probably the most popular events. And when the Norwegian newspaper Klassekampen, which is a very left side newspaper, only had one article from the conference, which had like 100 panels, they chose the panel talking about God is back. And this says something about the interest in this topic, not only on the right-wing political side in Norway, but also on the left wing. So what is happening in Norway? The Bible Society in Norway released this report saying God is back with a very, what should we say, with a very weak backdrop in numbers. One of the question was, or statement was, religion is an important part of my life. And the people under 30, among them only 27% said yes to this question. And this is very little compared with the US, but still it is a rise. And the most important thing, interesting thing in Norway is that the older generation, which everyone assumes being more religious, only 18.5% said that religion is an important part of my life. So the report focused on the fact that the young generation, they are learning through relationship and they are learning through the internet. In Sweden, we have some of the same numbers. In 2024, 34% of Swedish young people between 16 and 24 define themselves as believers in God. And the shocking thing in Sweden is that it has risen from 20% in 2020. And when we see the confirmation numbers in Sweden, we see that the all-time high around 1970, where 80,000 young people went for confirmation. It had a down in 2022 with 23,000. But even if the Swedes are looked upon as the champions of secularization in Europe, we see that even the number for church confirmation are slightly growing also here. And we will see that the number of people that believe in God from 2010 to 24, we see that what is really going down is the general population that you see on the top here, whereas the young generation is slightly going up, not very much. But we see that it is the Swedish youth and not the youth with foreign background. So this is not an immigration issue in Sweden. And it's the same when we see about people who are regularly praying. We see that the big numbers are going down, but for the youth from 1980 until now, it's very stable, going up and down, but with quite a strong raise in the last few years. But of course, the real shocking numbers in Europe comes from the UK. And the Quiet Revival survey was quite contested because it had some quite shocking numbers. And I think that the most shocking number was this. It was the church attendance at least once per month in the past year, where Gen Z increased from 4 to 16%. And people really question these numbers. But the interesting thing is that we find the same tendency all over Europe. And as in the US, we see now for the very first time that there are more men than women that are going to church also in Europe. So then the question, of course, is this an example of political conservatism in this area? And of course, we see the rise also in numbers, which is pretty high, from 28 to 45% of people who believe in a God. And a lot of these are, of course, from ethnic minorities. And there is a certain openness towards faith and Christianity. But we see also that the migrant population in the UK is quite a lot behind this race, with almost 50% being from the black generation. But what about political conservatism? We see that with Gen Z, we see a quite shocking change in affiliation. Whereas now, Anglican Church has gone down from approximately 40 to 20% only in 20 years, whereas the Catholic Church and the Pentecostal have risen quite a lot. And my question is then, is this a new climate for faith? I think that the new atheism is over, that we have gone from hostility to apathy to openness. And then we see that being a Christian is more or less normalized and sometimes even viewed as positive, which was really not the case among the young generation in Europe. One example of this, the question was, are you happy to be seen reading a Bible in public? And the fact that the young generation, 1/3, said that this was okay. This is quite shocking for us who have been living in Europe for quite some time. So that was my presentation. What is going on? These are some of the questions that we will try to answer in our project. But for now, thank you very much.
No, we can see you, so you are welcome to present whenever you're ready.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Speaking of Gen Z, hi everyone. Thank you so much for your time. I'm just going to share my screen so you can see my slides. Okay. All right. So thank you everyone for your time, and to the organizers at UChicago for bringing this conference together. The research in this presentation is still in its early stages and has undergone many changes, including the title, which you can see here. And I still have a lot to learn about this church, and I'm specifically interested in the ways that this church 2819 operates on social media and sort of what the effects of those operations are. So what I'm hoping to maybe do here is sort of present some of my initial analysis and some of the questions that I've been teasing out. 2819 may be best described as a church that is predominantly Black, evangelical, and a megachurch. However, many of the church's leaderships would reject all three prongs of this description. 2819 prefers to understand itself as multicultural instead of Black, and non-denominational instead of evangelical. Even the megachurch label is contested by some of the servant leaders who volunteer at the church, claiming that 2819 comes nowhere near the numbers of other better established megachurches. But the numbers 2819 racks up are impressive, with 3 separate services every Sunday and over 6,000 attendees every week. Many line up hours before the doors open for a chance to make it into the inner sanctuary. I lined up hours before service every week for the whole semester, and I didn't make it into the inner sanctuary even once. So, but I think more importantly, hundreds of thousands watch the recorded services online, either through 2819's website or through clips on social media. Online participants in this environment are essential parts of 2819's imagined community. 2819's name comes from the Bible verse, Matthew 28:19, which is on the screen. The foundational identity of the church is missional, meaning that it is deeply concerned with proselytizing and evangelism. This missional orientation is undeniably global, even as it is attentive to local and national concerns. The desire to see the message of the Christian gospel spread to the whole world is encapsulated in their slogan, "Until all have heard." This missional thrust is also expressly non-political. Pastor Philip regularly emphasizes that politics do not save, but Jesus does. When congregants are encouraged to act, it is to read the Bible, spread the gospel, and be more like Christ in their personal lives. Black conservative evangelicals have been marginalized from academic discourse in three significant ways. First is from the literature on Black American church studies, by elevating the role that the Black church has played in advancing social and political progress for Black Americans. The culpability of Black conservative Christians in extending white supremacy is sometimes used to justify framing Black and white evangelicals as synonymous in their goals and motivations. But I contend that situating a church like 2819 within Black American church history illuminates the contemporary complexity of Black American Christianity as a distinct and diverse phenomenon on the one hand, and also in its confluence with white evangelicalism on the other. The second area I focus on is American Christian nationalism. The literature here is overwhelmingly focused on American Christian nationalism's white, muscular, and often patriarchal dimensions. This is partly in response to the demography of voting patterns, with Black voters still overwhelmingly voting Democrat despite conservatism on abortion and LGBTQ issues, and partly in response to American Christian nationalism and evangelicalism's proclivity for replicating white supremacy. But what does a church like 2819 have to teach us about American Christian nationalism, both as it relates to its most extreme ethno-religious proponents, and as it relates to the racially minoritized? In this paper, I'm interested in the relationship between 2819's claim to missional identity and Christian nationalism, with the former in this case being globally oriented and not expressly political, and the latter being nationally concerned and explicitly political. The third gap is the underrepresentation of Black bodies in digital religious studies. 2819's digital popularity and online virality means that their missional, evangelical, Black Christian aesthetic gets communicated broadly as an embodiment of a purportedly multicultural, non-denominational, and apolitical movement that is solely concerned with the message of the Christian gospel and Bible. What I find is that affinities between seemingly discrete categories, so white and Black, national, global, missional, political, that these create slippage, or they may create slippage, for the ascendance of American Christian nationalism. I borrow the phrase imagined community from the work of Benedict Anderson, who originally used it to describe nations, but who also asserts that all communities larger than the primordial village are imagined, and communities are distinguished by the manner in which they are imagined. Entrance into the stadium, an estimated 40,000 people showed up to Atlanta State Farm Arena, a number that is double what the actual space can accommodate. 2819's official stance is that access to the attendees also consisted of thousands across the world who lifted up one cry during access. Commenters on social media affirmed their own self-perception as active participants as they lifted up prayers and worship in their own rooms from wherever they were in the world, even if that was in a hotel room right outside the stadium. In this way, social media facilitates and reinforces the extensive reach of 2019's imagined community. Despite 2019's general rejection of the characterization as Black or predominantly Black, I find that 2019 harnesses digital media similarly to both to the subject matter of the Vault study, to both embody Black spiritual and cultural practices, and to move beyond its borders. For one, the church deploys Black Christian hip-hop music in much of its digital content and plays it over loudspeakers on Sundays for those waiting in line for service. Centering hip-hop music not only orally locates 2019 in Black culture, it is also an incredibly savvy social media strategy. As hip-hop has become increasingly popular, especially amongst white audiences, but also amongst global audiences, content using hip-hop and hip-hop-inspired sounds are more likely to find success in social media algorithms. Similarly, the merchandise that the church sells is designed in the style of streetwear, a style with origins in hip-hop culture, but that has become increasingly mainstream in American fashion. The popularization of Black culture is, of course, nothing new, but its implications for 2019 are manifold. The way 2019 leads into Black stylistic and musical aesthetics allows it to deploy Black cultural practices, even while claiming a broad multiculturalism. Here, embodying Black aesthetics and cultural practices does not just potentially strengthen the church's cultural cachet with other Black Christians, it also offers wide appeal to non-Black Christians, perhaps even to non-Christians. At the same time, 2019 is in many ways staunchly in line with the American evangelical mainstream. Depoliticization of racial inequality and the intense moralization of gender and sexuality politics, for example, coincides with the views of both white and Black conservative evangelicals, although Black evangelicals are still less likely to hold these views than their white counterparts. 2019's expressed commitment to multiculturalism as a reflection of their faith demonstrates consistency with the belief espoused by white evangelicals that race bridging must be Christ-centered as opposed to civic or political. 2019 actively proliferates content that generates cultural capital within the evangelical subculture. For example, Pastor Philip, the head pastor, constantly emphasizes the centrality of the Bible above all else. His reputation as a Bible-preaching pastor is reflected in the way social media commenters and in-person attendees alike exalt him. Pastor Philip's often repeated born-again testimony and the vibrant worship service of 2019 similarly act as forms of evangelical cultural capital. 2019's apolitical, multicultural, missional evangelicalism may seem definitionally mutually exclusive with politically driven, white-centered American Christian nationalism. However, a wealth of scholarship suggests that evangelical apoliticism in the US generally has very deep political implications. For example, Samuel L. Perry finds that for white American Christians, affirmation of race-neutral statements in relation to Christianity are correlated with affirmations of white victimhood and denial of anti-Black injustice. Relatedly, a global missional orientation is not mutually exclusive with the strengthening of American Christian nationalism. David A. Hollinger finds that by the end of the 20th century, conservative evangelicalism, whose embedded racial and sexual politics contributed to the lively ascendance of American Christian nationalism, found its strength in theological allies in areas of the global South with previously dense American missionary activity. The evangelical missional posture coheres with Christian nationalism in the ways that they both encourage Christians to be leery of the world, to understand the sharp boundary between in and out groups, and to contend for the visible transformation of others. My claim is not that all members of 2019 are themselves Christian nationalists or supporters of an ethno-religious vision of America. Rather, the popularity of 2019's digital content, which is enabled through the leveraging of both Black cultural capital and evangelical cultural capital, may effectively soft launch to broad audiences a conservative Christian politic that creates slippage for the ascendance of American Christian nationalism, or even a more extremist white ethno-religious nationalism. Moralizing, theologizing, and sacralizing language in the American Christian context has long been used as smokescreens for the promotion of muscular, patriarchal, and white Christian national politics. At the same time, I find it essential that this assertion around digital presence and slippage not then be used to dismiss the professed commitments and experiences of those predominantly Black attendees at 2019. Christian nationalism for Black American Christians is a distinct and complex phenomenon in its own right. Perry finds that Black Christians are more favorable towards religious diversity as Christian nationalism increases, and that they place a higher emphasis on liberty as well. Brooklyn Walker's research into Black American support for Christian nationalism argues that this affinity may actually be a response to white ethno-nationalism, that Black Americans emphasize their prototypicality as Americans through their Christian identity in response to their continued marginalization. The anguish of racial marginality may be central to the appeal of a community like 2819 for Black Americans, even as the posture of the church attempts to elide the significance of race in its operation. National, international, and religious identities are not mutually exclusive, but work in strange ways to both disavow and reinforce one another. In this way, the scope of world Christianity is particularly well suited to pondering a church like 2819, whose entanglements with racial marginalization, ascendant ethno-religious nationalism, and missional internationalism merit careful attention as they come together in complex and compelling ways. Thank you.
All right. Screen, and you are welcome to present whenever you're ready.
Okay. Oh, can you see the title of the presentation? No, I don't think so.
Yes, we can now. Great.
Okay. Past 3 a.m. 3:40 a.m. My presentation today is titled "The Rise of Christian Nationalism in Korea: The Right in Yeouido." Yeouido is the island in the middle of Seoul. What I want to explore is how the Korean church's historical imagination with 민족 복음화, evangelization of the nation movement, which is shaped by mass gatherings, Cold War theology, and trans-Pacific evangelical networks, how that reappear in the crisis of 2024. On December 3rd, 2024, former President Yoon declared martial law across South Korea. For me, one image from that night captures the crisis: a citizen standing firmly before a military vehicle in Yeouido, the district where the National Assembly located. But if we look more closely at the photograph, we see something else. Behind the people stopping the military vehicle, there is a building illuminated with the purple Christmas light. This is the building of Yeouido Full Gospel Church, which is the single largest church in the world. The brightly decorated for Advent, which had begun just 2 days earlier. So in this single image, we see the night of martial law in South Korea, citizens practicing non-violent protest, stopping the military vehicle, the presence of military forces, and behind it all, the quiet, bright lights of megachurch. For me, that photograph has become a symbolic portrait of what the Korean church revealed about itself during and after self-coup. To understand this symbolism, we need to remember what Yeouido once was. From the 1970s to the middle of 1980s, Korean evangelicalism held some of the largest evangelistic gathering in global church history. Millions of people came to Yeouido. 5 assemblies reached a total attendance of 3 million people. 5 saw 1 million people in a single day, and the largest event drew more than 2.5 million participants. Amazing. The major rallies include like 1973 Billy Graham Crusade, 1974 Explore 74, in 1977 National Evangelization Crusade, 1980 in 1984 the Centennial Gathering of Korean Church. These were not spontaneous movements. They require significant technology, logistics, and crucially, the permission and cooperation of an authoritarian state that ruled through emergency measures. Without government state approval, such a gathering could never have filled Yeouido. So the question is then why Yeouido? Because Yeouido 516 Plaza, which is built on the former airfield, had been designed as a state plaza for parades and mass political spectacles, modeled partly on Kim Il-sung Square in Pyongyang in North Korea. It was not a neutral space. Its architecture centered the performance of state power and regime competition between North and South. It is also significant that most of the rallies were held around August 15, which is Liberation Day in South Korea. Flyers for Explore 74 even described the date as a day of national repentance for division. These events consistently blended Thanksgiving for liberation from Japanese occupation, repentance for national division, and a strong call to 민족 복음화, evangelization of the nation. Which brings us to the central discourse that shaped the church, 민족 복음화, evangelization of the nation movement. The rallies in Yeouido were not merely evangelistic campaigns. They were expression of broader ideology known as a 민족 복음화. The discourse became one of the most powerful frameworks in the church growth movement, appearing repeatedly in messages. Here are some examples from one of the leading figures of the 민족 복음화 movement, Pastor choose Korea to become the second Israel, to create a new country, new nation, and so on. Yeah, here's another example. God will choose Korea to become the second Israel of the world. So this is a good reason why still today we can find in the middle of Seoul, why we can find these three flags just side by side. So several features should be noted here. First, this 민족 복음화 discourse emerged in a global Cold War context. On a divided peninsula, it fused evangelism with strong pro-American anti-communism and framed North Korea as a spiritual enemy to be defeated through national revival. Second, the discourse imagined the 민족 as a kind of second Israel. This was more than a call to evangelize individuals. It was a nation-building ideology that envisioned constructing a Christian society, even a Christian nation. And thirdly, the 민족 복음화 discourse shaped the church's imagination and identity, which is like imagined community. It gave millions of believers a sense of destiny, religious, political, and national. It helped to accelerate church growth, but it also fused national identity with Christian identity in ways that would have long-term consequences. This imagined community of Korean church may rightly be called a form of Christian nationalism. Fast forward to the winter following the 2024 insurrection. In the shock of the martial law, another kind of right emerged. The soft glow of idol fandom right sticks held by citizens for protest. These right sticks became symbols of solidarity and democratic resilience in Korea. Seeing those right made me think again of the Christmas light of Yeouido Full Gospel Church, shining behind military vehicles on the night of martial law. For while citizens were risking their safety to defend democracy through nonviolent action, much of the institutional church responded with something else: silence. Some did more than remain silent. A number of pastors invoked the name of God to defend President Yoon with violence, or they justified the self-coup of President Yoon. Figures such as Billy Kim Jang-wan, Billy Graham's Korean interpreter back in 1973, his crusade, he still continued to serve as a pivotal gatekeepers of trans-Pacific evangelicalism between Korea and US. This network of US-Korea evangelical cooperation has evolved into what may now be described as trans-Pacific Christian nationalism, expressing itself not only theological realm, but also in real politics. South Korean president, when he met President Trump mentioned about church raid. The last week, when South Korean Prime Minister Kim, when he met to Vice President Benson, he also make the comment about Pastor Son, who is in jail. So the night of martial law raised deeper questions. What kind of gospel did the Korean church plant in those crowds in Yeouido? How did the church that grew from those seeds fail to embody the light and instead contribute to the darkness? The key moment in this recent development occurred on September 6, 2025, when Charlie
리커크는 사망 직전 한국을 방문했습니다. 그를 초청한 사람은 빌드업 코리아 김민아 대표.
The world is watching.
전 세계가 여러분들을
South Korea.
대한민국을 주목하고 있습니다.
And we are here to assist you and support you in this existential fight against communism.
I basically copied the whole event that you host in America. Are you gonna sue me?
It is a joy to see what we've been able to build in America come to South Korea.
USA!
Again, key moment in this recent development occurred on September 6, 2025, when Charlie Kirk spoke at the Build Up Korea conference just 1 week before his assassination. His presence symbolized an intensifying ideological exchange between segments of US and Korean evangelicalism. Historically, Korea and US evangelical ties run deep. However, the current phase is quite different. This new wave of trans-Pacific Christian nationalism is characterized by renewed anti-communism, now framed especially in anti-China rhetoric, and strong mobilization around anti-LGBTQ sentiment. On the Korean side, the church that grew rapidly through the 민족 복음화 discourse often failed to cultivate space for critical and theological reflection. Into that vacuum, US Christian nationalist ideas such as MAGA have arrived with great speed and influence. When we place the image side by side, millions gathered in Yeouido in the 1970s and 1980s. The quiet right of Yeouido Full Gospel Church during martial law, and the right stick held by citizens repairing democracy. We see a stark contrast between two visions of the gospel. One imagines the church as a nation-building agent aligned with the state power. The other imagines the people in their vulnerability and courage bearing light in the darkness. The question facing the Korean church today is not simply political, it's more theological question. What kind of gospel will shape our imagination? What kind of community are we imagining? And will our light shine in darkness or contribute to it? Thank you.
Thank you all for a wonderful set of papers covering a wonderfully diverse set of topics. We will probably skip the Q&A just in the name of keeping us on track, but for the folks who are here, we can continue the conversation over lunch, which will be served in the first floor common room. And of course, people can reach out to our guests visiting us virtually from abroad. We will aim to reconvene for the next panel at around 1:15.
Hello, there we go. So we'll start the next panel at 1:30 in here. Panelists, hey, if you could come 10 minutes before just to set up so that we're all good. But yes, lunch is in the first floor common room. You are dismissed. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you all.
begin. Catherine, just introduce yourself, share your names and the current affiliation, highlight some key areas of your expertise, and whatever you feel is relevant. Just take a few minutes, because this panel focuses much more specifically on spiritual warfare and the ideological background. And we have 5 of you, so we keep to the time. So I'm adding this over to you, Catherine, and then after you're done, we'll move to as it is on the program. Thank you. Over to you.
Basic. If it's presenting, it's just going to give the screen a second to flip.
While that's hopefully loading, my name is Caitlin Zeeser. I am a PhD student at Duke University. I am housed in a cultural anthropology department, but I like to think of myself as a more multidisciplinary scholar, like many anthropologists do. So I work at the intersection of anthropology, media studies, and religious studies. And my presentation is titled Spiritual Warfare from Home to the Holy Land. This presentation is part of a developing multimodal ethnographic project, which focuses on American evangelical attitudes and media production surrounding the Israel-Hamas war. As several of my colleagues have already demonstrated, the relationship between the modern state of Israel and American evangelicals is a very privileged one. In this context, the October 7th attacks of 2023 and the subsequent Israel-Hamas war serve as a flashpoint in an ongoing battle of good and evil, the most recent development in the arc of a broader spiritual war, which sits at the crux of an ultimately apocalyptic struggle. As I embarked on this project, it became impossible to ignore the new ways these claims have been crafted in recent years, specifically using artificial intelligence. The uncanny images and videos created by generative AI tools like Stable Diffusion have proliferated the evangelical media landscape. As AI obscurely, miraculously produces content, these tools make manifest the dreams of evangelicals as they envision the stakes and outcomes of spiritual war. Prominent conservative evangelical Dinesh D'Souza is perhaps among the most famous American right-wing users of generative AI. Though this usage is not limited to religious contexts by any means, many of his religious videos rely heavily on AI-generated images. AI, he says, is, quote, a powerful tool for the gospel, end quote. The most relevant of these works is a short PragerU documentary titled The Book of Revelation and the Great Revival. In the documentary, D'Souza weaves an elaborate web of conspiracy, apocalyptic speculation, and spiritual warfare. Between spliced footage of the October 7th attacks, interviews with Israeli survivors, and talking head-style sound bites of Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, AI-generated content is actually not the most prominent. It may not even be something viewers recognize, as they are bombarded by fast-paced sequences of graphic images and emotional musical scoring. However, AI plays a central role in solidifying D'Souza's Christian Zionist narrative. D'Souza and his team use AI to visualize biblical text with short clips, which I have screenshotted here. This tendency to illustrate the Bible with AI happens over and over. Every single direct biblical reference in D'Souza's documentary has a corresponding AI-generated component, and the modality is used for no other purpose in the video. Two examples echo mythico-historical narratives of Israel's sacred claims to nationhood. One vignette shows Abraham embarking on a journey to claim the land of Israel, the other, the vicious Philistines who sought to conquer the land. D'Souza directly compares this vision of Abraham with the Israelis' fundamental right to settle and the incursion of the Philistines to the 2023 Hamas attacks. The third example, conversely, reflects a future rather than a past. This visualization of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse is portrayed as having been plucked directly from the book of Revelation, with D'Souza somewhat factitiously adding that the, quote, colors of the apocalypse, end quote, are obviously the same colors as the Palestinian flag, which is evidenced by this AI-generated visual. These AI-generated biblical vignettes are not neutral, but obviously serve as rhetorical devices meant to affirm thinking about Israel as the focal point of spiritual war and the end of times. Israel is the harbinger of holiness, Hamas, the agents of Satan. In the video, AI is crucial to crafting these epic stories of ancient enemies and apocalyptic futures as the past and future collapse into a broader understanding of the battle occurring in the present moment. This temporality is central to both D'Souza's and the broader Christian Zionist project. The larger story of this spiritual war, he says, is, quote, timely, timeless, and involves you, end quote. In this framework, as D'Souza himself implies, Palestinian casualties are unfortunate but necessary if they bring the American righteous closer to winning the greater war. This language may sound familiar as characterizations of the biblical, moralistic relationship between Israel and the United States have become a linchpin of American political life and a justification for both Palestinian and Israeli death. For D'Souza, AI plays a clear role in legitimizing evangelical beliefs about the state of Israel. However, these AI visualizations of scripture have much greater implications than this explicit rhetorical function. D'Souza's specific use of AI reflects a growing trend. A faction of believers are beginning to consult AI to create lifelike visuals of biblical texts. To do so, they plug scripture references directly into AI text-to-image generators. For example, this slide shows 3 illustrations of the biblically envisioned New Jerusalem, as described in the book of Revelation, posted by the Instagram account for a popular platform called the AI Bible. Notably, this platform and its parent company, Pray.com, have strong ties to the Trump administration, and as my colleague will discuss, Peter Thiel. The AI Bible website declares an explicit spiritual mission, one steeped in the pursuit of pure biblical truth. Quote, Scripture isn't here to soothe our imagination with safe, comfortable images. It's here to awaken us to spiritual realities that shatter our small categories, end quote. More and more evangelicals are turning to AI to do this kind of work for them. And importantly, these images are not promoted as imaginative or speculative. Rather, as D'Souza implies, and the AI Bible directly claims, generative AI produces the most, quote, biblically accurate images, reflecting an absolute biblical reality that is not constructed by evangelicals but immanent to our very existence, and therefore discoverable by AI. The desired impact of this AI-generated reality becomes more evident in the post comments, with viewers responding in an overwhelmingly positive way to the experience of seeing the, quote, the generative properties of AI have made it a prime modality for evangelicals who wish to bring unimaginable aspects of biblical text to the visual fore and seek to realize an absolute biblical truth. As American evangelicals fashion these imaginaries, many scholars before me, like Susan Harding, Melanie McAllister, and my fellow presenters, show us they contribute to a larger project of staking a place for themselves through a narrative of American Christian supremacy. Thus, in reading the emergent media I have presented, we draw from a broader, long-standing politics of American religious identity making. The media circulating about these faraway events are inextricable from how spiritual warfare, prophetic tradition, and eschatological futures are being imagined at home. This phenomenon should feel familiar. Evangelicals have often leveraged different forms of visual and sonic media to fashion Israel as a crucial, visceral touch point for a broader Christian nationalist politics. In this context, AI is but one genre of a massive assemblage of American evangelical media, even after we've narrowed our scope to the aftermath of October 7th. That said, AI is doing something very particular here. As evangelical AI users position it as a legitimate biblical interpretation and create aesthetics of sacred truth. This orientation makes AI a key aspect of Christian Zionist media production in recent years, but its implications for us as scholars of global Christianity are much broader. Those stakeholders like Dinesh D'Souza and the creators of the AI Bible tout these media objects as real, evidentiary, and even possibly sacred. Generative AI, in fact, relies on predictive models, algorithms, and curated data sets, which are, of course, designed by human developers. These models get things wrong, often, and lend themselves to both Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. Yet, a technical understanding of AI and its flaws does not matter to the Christians who rely on them. Instead, the project of using AI to discern and visualize biblical truths has become grounded in something that looks much like faith. Here, human religiosity becomes muddled and reformed as AI continuously regurgitates data and generates new media, miraculously producing biblical knowledge and revealing God's plans for Christian dominion. Anthropologist Webb Keane writes that particularly in religious contexts such as these, generative AI warrants our attention, as it appears to exceed human understanding and perform all sorts of technical divination. As for Keane and many others, the relationship between AI and spirituality has been most often addressed as an ethical conundrum in need of redress. I certainly take no issue with this approach, but I prefer to think of the growing evangelical affinity for AI as an open social and religious question. Such a line of inquiry suspends prescriptive assessments and engages more critically with the quotidian ways evangelicals consume media, come to believe through technology, and ultimately build worldviews in their day-to-day lives. Tracing the contours of this expanding human-machine network is just as important as deciding whether its formation is ethical. Such a pursuit exposes the heart of Christian nationalism because, as media historian Lisa Gittleman writes, emerging media clearly expresses and constitutes social relations. In other words, as evangelicals encounter AI for the first time, the technology in its place in religious life undergoes an observable process of negotiation, normalization, and the inscription of specific values. This is right up an anthropologist's alley. Also, this relationship is highly reflexive because as AI becomes more integrated into evangelicals' mundane, everyday media landscapes, they come to know God, their enemies, themselves, and each other. Thus, the new modalities and forms of access AI tools engender both reflect and influence the ideological project of Christian nationalism. This fledgling relationship to AI is a slippery slope, clearly, evidenced by the fact that some evangelicals now tell us that AI is more than just a superhuman interpreter. It could also be a vessel for God, who divinely influences the tool to reveal himself to the faithful few. The possible ends of this line of thinking are reflected in the questions evangelicals are beginning to ask as they encounter more and more AI-generated media. If the Bible is a stable, absolute reflection of God's word, how could an AI produce anything false from it? Can AI perform revelatory tasks, reveal prophecies, or facilitate direct communication with God? Or, as Joe Rogan asked just a few months ago, could AI be Jesus? In conclusion, let us take a moment to recover from our descent into what many Christians themselves would call absolute madness. How did we get here? Despite this winding journey from the Israel-Hamas war all the way to the AI Messiah, I still cannot escape a foreboding sense of continuity. As any historian would remind us, these AI tools are just the latest iteration in a much longer story of ideological finesse, as Christian nationalists find new ways to appropriate technology in pursuit of a great religious cause, from home to the Holy Land. Yet we see that cracks are also forming, shaking the very foundation of what it means to know God and Scripture in the American evangelical context. Epistemic and religious frames for understanding spiritual warfare, eschatology, and relationality to the divine are changing right in front of us all at once. For Christian Zionists and beyond, inherited religious projects are colliding with artificial intelligence. Can AI bring them closer to the spiritual victory they seek? Regardless, neither the faithful nor their newfound algorithmic allies will be the same. Thank you.
Interesting piece. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So we will continue in the same, we'll move from Katrina and then we go to Julius. Thank you, Julius. Please do the same, introduce yourself so that we get to know a little bit about you and then move on into your piece.
Yeah, sure. So thank you. Good afternoon. Just a short disclaimer, I got two pictures AI-based generated, but I'm not an evangelicalist. I'm just a boring German liberal theologian affiliated to the University of Cologne, where I work as a research assistant to the chair of systematics, mostly concerned with my habilitation thesis that draws on cultural studies, liberal theology, sociologically, to make religiously sense out of capitalism in the age of the fourth industrial revolution mainly, and that is how I came to Peter Thiel, and he is the guy who brought me to this conference, which I'm glad to attend, and I'm happy to be here to contribute to it. Couldn't be more topical at all. Just I'm not familiar with this Apple stuff. I have to concede. So, but here we are. So, thank you, Leo. So what I'm going to do within the next minutes is to give you just a very brief tour d'horizon through the intellectual cosmos of Peter Thiel, who over the years has created an immense, an impressive network of firms, friends, and contacts through very strategic decisions. His biographer Max Chafkin, an economist, journalist, talks of the Thielverse. But there is a similar pattern recognizable on an intellectual level as well. Peter Thiel has succeeded within the last 30 years, I would say, in assembling a bunch of various thinkers and authors around his central political, cultural, and theological intuitions. And so there is an intellectual universe of Peter Thiel that I'm going to lead you a little bit through in the next minutes by talking mostly about René Girard, his most influential academic teacher that who he met in Stanford back then in the late 80s. And what I'm going to present you is what Thiel draws out of Girard. So I'm not presenting you the original Girard, I'm presenting you Girard, Carl Schmitt and Leo Strauss, as these guys are being read by Peter Thiel, and with a special glance at what results from this for Peter Thiel's theopolitics. So first part, inside the Thielverse, on René Girard's mimetic theory backs anti-liberalism and anti-wokeism. It is called mimetic theory, as Girard teaches that what we strive for is what our proximate others desire. So mimesis is absolutely central. Girard assumes that we constantly imitate each other and find ourselves in ongoing constellations of rivalry for scarce goods. As a result of this, we tend to search for scapegoats for our social tensions, even if this contradicts Christianity fundamentally. All in all, mimetic theory offers us a fourfold pattern by which we can discern different possibilities that exist in times of social crisis that you can apply to solve inevitable interhuman tensions. You can do it the easy pre-modern way and just try to find a scapegoat and ascribe all evil to him. You can do it the way Christ did it in his footsteps. You can renounce all rivalry for worldly goods. You can invent strong political institutions and design them in a way that they are able to contain interhuman violence. Or Girard is just mentioned it at a few places very marginally, but Thiel takes this up. You can make the economy grow, and thus the amount of things that can be distributed among people, and that leads to a weakening of social tensions. This fourfold pattern is a helpful tool for understanding the world we live in, but it is also an absolutely important key to Peter Thiel and to an understanding of his provocative claims by which he challenges the premises of most liberal theologians today. I want to put it as simple as it seems to be. Most contemporary theologians today focus on the options 2 and 3 in their engagement with modernity. Thiel, however, prioritizes in a completely different way. Even in his most religious text, he defends strongly technology, progress, and capitalism in a somehow syncretistic manner. He just ties capitalism and the Judeo-Western tradition very closely together. This can be understood as a clear preference for the last of our 4 options. At the same time, Thiel considers option 3 more important than 2 and 2 ethically preferable to 1. In some respect, this is a specific way of making sense of the pessimism typical for the late Girard. In his late writings, René Girard relentlessly pointed to the fact that Christianity was the only religion that has foreseen its failure. Christ may have come, and yet the New Testament is full of apocalyptic prophecy that conveys rather dark perspectives. Seemingly, Christ's ethics of agape and cooperation had had only limited success. Therefore, the authors of the New Testament had to thematize a special revelation still to come, the famous apocalypse. And we've just heard about the strain of the biblical tradition. Very interesting that Thiel and the evangelicals have these in common, a strong interest in the apocalyptic dimensions of the Bible, especially the New Testament. Thiel is fascinated by the apocalypse. He loves to deepen especially two thoughts of the late Girard. First, Girard's enigmatic sentence that Satan is always somebody. And second, the corresponding assumption that Satan is somehow embodied in a reign of seduction that he presides over. Girard, to be fair, he gave only hints here, just some small hints, but Thiel conceives of Satan as an ideologically closed system of deceptive transcendence that completely captivates people. According to him, this counter-divine system is nurtured today first and foremost by the left, or in his view is even identical with the left. Just as Satan takes on a form that appears truly Christian, but is not, in fact, the left claims to be the true heir of Christianity, while in reality acting as its adversary. The left claims to uphold Christianity's moral core and to breathe new life into it for the 21st century. However, a closer look at their agenda shows that thereby they operate close to fraudulent labeling. What they really do, as Thiel sees it, is they are campaigning against Christianity for reasons mostly lying in the past. And Thiel brings all this down to saying wokeness is not Christian, wokeness is ultra-Christian. There's a strong notion of original sin in wokeness, but wokeness does not know any idea of forgiveness and atonement. This is Thiel's worldview and view of the contemporary left scene, in fact. Given this, he then goes further on. He argues that the unjustified claims of the left in their engagement with modernity have the power to bring about destructive consequences. By collecting all idealist energy that is left in late modern society and by directing it against the capitalist order, the left weakens the possibility for long-lasting periods of economic growth. As a result, people's resentment increase and the circle begins anew, reinforced every time by the left's hypersensitivity for victim stories. Breaking out of this impasse of late modernity on the basis of the original Girard would probably count on the imitation of Christ. It would probably search for a middle path between hypermoralism on the one hand and a respectation of the just claims of the privileged ones on the other hand. Thiel, however, is not convinced that such a reconciliation with the left is possible. He therefore heads in another direction, thereby guided by a post-liberal conception of politics that I'm going to turn to now. This is my second paragraph inside the Thiel verse, part 2, Back to the Future, the Left Blogs with Carl Schmitt and Leo Strauss. According to Peter Thiel, Carl Schmitt, the famous Nazi legal scholar, and Thiel reproaches him of being having been too close to the Nazi regime, but he appreciates his writings very much. Carl Schmitt's occupation and new definition of the term political theology must be understood as a countermeasure against the Enlightenment, the period that stores most of the ideas the left sticks to. The Enlightenment, Thiel reproaches, has deeply failed in realizing what politics is essentially about. Schmitt, on the contrary, knew how to explain the political in that he took the help of the friend-enemy distinction, targeting thus at the heart of what matters in a fallen world.
Politics is ultimately about something very irrational. It's about sacrifices, about fights, about enmities, a dark truth that Thiel holds to and sticks to, and that he sees or thinks must be defended against its deniers on the left, of course. So as Julius Strauss, the famous Chicago professor of political philosophy, in fact, just a few notes, Thiel estimates him, you can say, for the same reasons he's interested in Schmitt. It is Strauss' a strong sense for the shortcomings of privatized liberalism that fascinates him. Strauss himself attempted to revive strong concepts of the right and good life against the backdrop of modern relativism. However, he was not naive and believed occasional deviation from higher principles to be a legitimate mean for statesmen that seek value correspondence with the truth. He loves to hint at these dialectics, and he loves to quote Strauss with utterances like, I quote, "There's a universally valid hierarchy of ends, but there are no universally valid rules of action," end of quote. So far, the influence that both Schmitt and Strauss exert on Thiel can be explained more or less plainly. The decisive question, however, is for what purpose does Thiel flirt with the moral ambiguity of the concepts of both thinkers? The best way of finding an answer to this complicated question is to look at what in recent years has become the major enemy figure of Thiel's theopolitical engagement. And this is, you might have heard about it because it rushes, thank you, 2 minutes left, through the media currently. It is the underestimated danger of a totalitarian one-world government that he sees embodied by Greta Thunberg. The Swedish climate activist represents an overall intricate way of seemingly suspending the Schmittian notion of politics alongside the friend-enemy distinction. The 23 years old and her movement exhort people from all over the world to end their endless enmities and to finally reunify against the one enemy that truly matters, global climate warming. Even if Thiel concedes that the worries of the kids about the future of the planet are not entirely wrong, he believes the movement to be responsible for exaggerated moral panics. In these panics, the many disadvantages of concentrating exclusively on climate change get increasingly out of our view. In his search for an antidote against the danger of a worldwide unification of the international climate lobby, he feels strongly attracted by 2 Thessalonians 2, verses 6 and 7 for years now. It is a relatively random passage in the New Testament, and though Thiel highlights it always, saying that it contains a mysterious note on the so-called catechon that has been read by the tradition as the power to restrain the Antichrist. In his recent lectures on the topic, Thiel has repeatedly admitted that a catechon is almost entirely dependent on the Antichrist as his end-time adversary. Moreover, the catechon must resemble the Antichrist in many regards, for otherwise it could not organize the resistance against him. Given this correspondence between the catechon and the Antichrist, it may become clear what Thiel envisions when discussing America being potentially the catechon of our time. America is then, let me finish with this slide, America is then conceived and imagined as a political superpower, both ideological and non-ideological, seductive and repulsive. It is the only nation that, despite its own unifying impulses, which it exports across the globe, can still prevent harmful forms of unification. And here, Thiel especially thinks of bureaucracy, hyper-moralistic globalism, and the anti-climate warming movement that he thinks is crashing down our economy, is thus increasing people's resentments and bringing our world closer to destruction. Many thanks.
Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. This week we continue in the same way. We are going to Grigory. Follow the same pattern. Please introduce yourself. Say a little bit about your area of expertise and introduce your topic. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Dear colleagues, I'm from Germany. I'm a semioticist and medievalist from the University of Erfurt. And I have a PhD in medieval history. And today I will present a topic that I have... Thank you so much, Mr. Walker. Thank you. Today I will present a topic that I have been working on for some time, Russia as the Katechon. I am interested in the discursive prerequisites for the appropriation, application, and establishment of certain Christian concepts, such as the Katechon, in a predominantly secular society. In particular, I am interested in the resemantization of concepts, the alienation from the original context, and the application in a new context. The question of communicative codes that positively influenced the persuasive potential of concepts such as the Katechon is very important here. It's a work in progress because the Russian context is very dynamic. You may notice this in the slightly changed title of my talk. Today I'm talking about the Katechon, which I have specified with the attribute red. In this case, red means that Katechon also refers to the USSR and the communist period of Russian history, thus including this atheistic period. In other words, the Russian Katechon differs significantly from the Pauline concept, from the second epistle to the Thessalonians, because it goes beyond the Christian context. Let's start with the nakaz, or decree, of the so-called World Council of the Russian People of March 27, 2024. This decree states literally that Russia and the Russian people are waging a holy war and thereby fulfilling the mission of the Katechon. The aim is to save the world from the victory of the West, the globalism and Satanism. Against the backdrop of this rhetoric, researchers argue that Russia has reinvented itself as an Orthodox empire. However, this rhetoric is not new. Back in the 90s, this very narrative was common in marginal circles such as the National Bolshevik Party. It is significant that these narratives could be generated in the 90s even without an explicit theological or ecclesiastical reference. This point is important for the further course of this presentation. These narratives have now become central features of political communication in Russia and are being vigorously perpetuated by Patriarch Kirill. The question I would like to discuss concerns the semantics of the term Katechon. What does it mean in the current Russian war discourse? To define the semantics of this term, I will first briefly explain the key concepts. Alongside Katechon, the other two concepts, Byzantism and Symphonia, are also crucial. Secondly, I will discuss whether the use of external theological concepts actually points to a desecularization of the Russian state. Thirdly, I will clarify the recent Russian concept of Katechon as red Katechon, discussing the development currently underway in Russia of an eclectic folk religion that makes use of Christianity but encompasses a much broader spectrum of beliefs and convictions. I will conclude with a brief summary. This quote from the Apostle Paul's second letter to the Thessalonians has already puzzled theologians in the early church. The famous church father Augustine of Hippo honestly admitted that he could not understand these words of Paul. It's very important to distinguish between the neuter, the restraining force that holds back the Antichrist, and the masculine form, the restrainer. In Orthodox theology, already in the works of the church fathers and doctors, that is, even before the emergence of the so-called Byzantine imperial eschatology, Katechon could be interpreted as the Roman Empire or the Church, or as an emperor or basileus, or even as the Holy Spirit. From a contemporary historical perspective, Katechon has gained significance as a central concept in Carl Schmitt's political theology. However, Carl Schmitt does not play a decisive role in the Russian concept of Katechon. Back in the early 90s, the philosopher Alexander Dugin experimented with the concept of Katechon and two other concepts, Byzantism and Symphonia, in several programmatic writings. I would argue that this semantization of these terms plays a central role in the development of Russia's Orthodox style war ideology today. Dugin linked these three disparate concepts, katechon, Byzantism, and symphonia, into a single ideological construct. Dugin understands katechon to mean the eschatological function of the last Orthodox empire, which for Dugin is Byzantium. Dugin believes that this empire is based on the principle of symphony between emperor and patriarch. And now comes the exciting part. Dugin says that after the fall of Constantinople, Byzantium was prolonged by the Muscovite Empire. According to Dugin, Byzantism, the Byzantine spirit, as a timeless and invariant ideal of the people chosen by God, becomes the core of Russian identity. A turning point comes with the schism of 1666, when a part of Russian Christianity, the so-called Old Believers, are declared heretics and persecuted by the Moscow Patriarchate and the Tsars. For Dugin, these Old Believers alone continue to have the status of the katechon and have not lost the eschatological ideal type of Byzantism. According to him, to Dugin, the Russian Empire between 1666 and 1917 is not a katechon, but an empire of the Antichrist, primarily because of westernization, the abolition of the Patriarchate, and the transfer of the capital from Moscow to St. Petersburg. And the katechon returns to Russia, so to speak, after the abdication of the Tsar Nicholas II in March 1917 and the October Revolution. This is where the unique feature of the Russian, or as I would prefer to call it, the red katechon comes in. The atheistic and communist USSR is considered the reincarnation of the katechon and Byzantium. Russia's sacred mission is as the katechon stems not only from its Byzantine heritage, but also from the Soviet legacy. This is what makes Russia's situation so special today and needs to be taken into account when analyzing the synergies between religion, ideology, war propaganda, and nationalism. Against this backdrop, the question of the resecularization of the Russian state can be answered in a much more nuanced way. Empirically, we see a tendency toward the imitation of rituals and performing practices as they were commonly understood to have been conducted in Byzantium. However, this is a new development, so I would not yet assume that it is systemic in nature, but it must be taken seriously. On Christmas Eve, a good 3 weeks ago, President Putin gave a short sermon to the congregation after the service, standing in front of the altar. According to the provisions of the Quintessex Council of 692, a layperson in the Orthodox Church may only preach with the permission and blessing of the priest or bishop. Byzantine emperors, however, did not require this permission. They were even expected to address the congregation. Seen in this light, Putin's sermon, the first of its kind, can be interpreted as an imitation of the imperial sermon in Byzantium. In it, Putin compared Russian soldiers to Christ the Savior and emphasized that Russian soldiers are fighting on God's behalf and fulfilling a holy mission. This sermon was addressed not only to the Christians, but also, as Putin pointed out, I quote, to our brothers, representatives of other religions. The meaning of this sermon can be better understood when one considers the setting in which it was delivered. According to independent journalistic research, the Kremlin leader celebrated Christmas at the Church of St. George the Victorious on the grounds of the Senech Special Forces Center near Moscow. This center and its church belong to the Foreign Intelligence Service of the Russian Federation, abbreviated as GRU. So it was a very special church community, if you will. The Russian Foreign Intelligence Service is actively involved in church politics, using theological vocabulary. This was the case on January 12th of this year, for example, so it's a very recent development. The GRU not only described the Patriarch of Constantinople, Bartholomew, as a schismatic and enemy, but also as Antichrist and false prophet. In other words, theological stylistics currently seem to be adopted by the secret services as well. However, this is not a matter of the resecularization of the secret services, but rather the instrumentalization of Christian vocabulary. The imitation of the Byzantine Empire, imitatio imperii, can also be observed in the prayer books that have been distributed to the Russian soldiers since December 2022. Please note the semiotically very interesting connection between the Russian Orthodox cross and the Kalashnikov machine gun, which I have marked with a red square. The designation of Putin as Archistrategos equates him with the archangel Archangelos Michael, who was revered in Byzantium as the supreme commander or the leader of the host of heaven against the Antichrist. This designation correlates with the concept of the katechon. And it goes even further. In his sermon on the occasion of Putin's last inauguration for the time being, Patriarch Kirill implicitly referred to the Kremlin chief as the emperor of the end times, the katechon, asking God that Putin's reign should only end with the end times. Looking at these examples, one could actually conclude that the Russian state is becoming re-secularized. This makes it all the more important to pay attention to the words and actions of Patriarch Kirill as well. And Kirill is very much in the line with the red katechon I described at the beginning. So Kirill is very actively using a vocabulary from the Soviet period, such as traitor to the motherland, for instance. And it's also very important in this case. Thus, it is only logical that in Russia today, efforts are being made to develop an eclectic folk religion that combines religious and secular, Orthodox and Soviet narratives, and is intended to create the very consensus that Patriarch Kirill spoke of. Alexander Shipkov, a close confidant of the Patriarch, has been working on this project for several years, intensively drawing on the ideas of the aforementioned Alexander Dugin. I need just one or two minutes at the maximum. From a sociological point of view, the conditions for such an eclectic popular religion, which merely makes use of Christianity, are in place. Sociological data show that self-identification as Russian Orthodox almost completely corresponds to the ethnocultural self-designation as Russian. The denominational or religious self-identification is not linked to the actual practice of faith. On average, only 2 to 3% of respondents celebrate the Eucharist once a month, while approximately 70% describe themselves as Christian Orthodox, and the latter figure has risen in recent years. In Russia, religion and orthodoxy are largely not tied to specific religious practice. Christian symbols are, and I'm now using a term from Professor Wariboko's lecture, empty signifiers. They can be filled with any content and integrated into any context. I would like to demonstrate this very briefly, using the example of the central icon, the Archiopoietos, or Savior not made by hands. This icon enjoys great popularity among supporters of the Communist Party in Russia. Their katechon is likely to be well received as the Soviet Union, and this icon is indeed on its way to proving itself as a bestseller or brand. Here you see a screenshot of the online retail platform Ozon.ru, also known as the Amazon of Russia. So it's, as a brand, it goes beyond the Christian concept. To conclude, the Russian case study shows very clearly that Christian narratives can also be used in a secular context and given new meaning. For example, the recent Russian katechon has nothing to do with the Pauline katechon, except for the sequence of characters. Its semantics encompass red Byzantinism, an invention of Alexander Dugin. It is the red katechon. The red katechon, in the statements of the World Russian People's Council and in the current Russian official discourse, proves to be a tool for constructing collective identity and mobilization by creating an image of the enemy and demonizing it. And from a semiotic point of view, red katechon presents a familiar image which testifies to its adaptability in a complex society such as Russia. In the sign system, the hammer and sickle correspond to the schismon or hero. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for this very interesting presentation. And sorry about time, but we don't have much of it. The next presenter, Sergio, is presenting online. So you follow the same, please. Over to you.
All right. I just requested screen sharing. Okay, there we go. So very quickly, let me get this going here. All righty. All right. Hopefully y'all can see that. Right? Okay, great. So let's get this going. My name is Sergio Glujar. I'm a current PhD candidate at the Religious Studies Department at the University of Texas at Austin, and permanently recovering former attorney. I study political theology, sovereignty, divine kingship, and the law in 20th century East European fascism. So in an attempt to desperately stay within the time, here we go. A couple of summers ago, I was in Bucharest on the hunt for a published copy of Pentru Legionar, For My Legionaries, the 1936 political manifesto written by Corneliu Codreanu, the founder and supreme capitan of Romania's mass interwar Christo-fascist movement, the Legion of the Archangel Michael. Already a little overlap there. I ended up stumbling across a small store hidden away in a basement that had a copy of the book displayed rather prominently. The old wizard who owned the place naturally sold it to me, but as I was making to leave with it, he suddenly took it back into his hands, solemnly kissed the cover just as one would do with an icon, and bade farewell to the captain with a salute. So I'd like to spend this presentation kind of just trying to explain what makes such an incident possible in 2024. As far as myth is concerned, I basically understand it as paradigmatic precedent primarily. So its most important aspect is its power as a historical organizing force and model for behavior, not obviously the empirical veracity of any given mythic structure. Another comment on method real quick. I also follow Alan Strathern's framework of immanentism and transcendentalism in religious ideation. Immanentism corresponds to an archaic worldview in which metapersons populate our world, participate directly in our reality, and their effects can be observed and harnessed for personal or collective gain in the here and now. Transcendentalism describes a post-axial religious ideation where the gods and the metapersons have vacated the material world, instead becoming objects of faith. Okay, so on to the actual topic at hand here. Officially founded in 1927, the Legion of the Archangel Michael combined terroristic violence aimed at Jews and allegedly corrupt politicians, orthodoxist religiosity, and deep mythical ideation to create a new fascist faith that proved compelling to large swaths of the Romanian population. The so-called Sfânta Credință Legionară, the Holy Legionary Faith, promised the collective salvation of the Romanian people. This faith was chiefly based on an earnest belief in Romania's divine historical mission, holy books such as Pentru Legionar, an entire host of rituals, and a deep martyrology involving a veritable pantheon of heroes and saints. Here, by the way, is Codreanu's wedding photo. Kind of speaks for itself, but I think material studies people might get a kick out of something like that. So, the allegedly foundational event for the Legion, I think, is key to understanding its mythical undergirding and the immanentist ideation that pervaded its ideology. In a mythical retelling of the time Codreanu spent in prison together with some other proto-fascist agitators, following an inchoate 1923 conspiracy to assassinate several cabinet ministers, he alleged that a mystical revelation had occurred in the Bucharest prison. According to Codreanu, he and the others discovered an icon of the Archangel Michael in the prison chapel. Codreanu describes this discovery in Pentru Legionar as nothing short of a revelation and with a tinge of election. Quote, "We looked and remained truly astounded. The icon revealed itself to us with an incomparable beauty. I had never been attracted to the beauty of any icon. Now, though, I felt tied to this one with my entire soul, and it gave me the impression that the holy archangel is alive. Since then, I began to love the icon. So important to note here is specifically the agency that Quadriano affords to the icon. The icon reveals itself in such a way that it effectively accomplished a kind of conversion of Quadriano, whose very soul became indelibly tied to the dragon-slaying archangel, the commander of the heavenly forces and defender of the faith. It is as if, in an eruption of the sacred, the transcendent archangel chose Quadriano through the concrete material medium of the prison icon, creating a bond between the transcendent above and the immanent below. Moreover, the archangel is alive, that is, obviously present immanently. So accordingly, the official legionary symbol combines the Christian cross with stylized prison bars. There we are. Beyond the figure of the archangel, Quadriano also established ancestral Romanian voyevods and heroes, as well as, of course, legionary martyrs, as core myths for his movement. For example, he asserts that, quote, "Wherever my steps may lead, in whatever battle I may enter, if I feel above myself the shadow of the archangel, and below myself the shadows of the legionary family's beloved dead, then to my right I feel the soul of Stefan the Great and his shield." The mystico-spatial arrangement that Quadriano describes here is, I think, telling in the way it blends transcendentalist Christian language with distinctly immanentist ideation. The archangel is above, but he casts his shadow down onto the world, creating concrete effects upon Quadriano and his followers. Below are the fallen martyrs, whose influence is cast upwards. To his right, then, stands one of the greatest voyevods in Romanian history, Ștefan cel Mare, the cousin of Vlad Dracul, fun fact, and defender of Moldavian autonomy. Key to note here is that Quadriano claims to feel these presences as active metapersons who offer divine aid, specifically in battle, to save Romania from nefarious foreign influences. Elsewhere, he explains of medieval Romanian heroes and early modern rebels that, quote, "The heroes live or die, it is all the same, because when they die, the people lives entirely from their deaths and honors itself out of their honor. They shine in history like faces of gold." Just as immanentist relations with metapersons are ones where the ancestors continue to supernaturally serve as a source for the group's well-being, so does Quadriano here present a martyrology in which the Romanian heroes of old serve as the very substance through which the sacralized Romanian people survive. He makes explicit these hero status as paradigmatic myths, whose golden shining faces in the heavens are always available as models for behavior. So, next sort of historical juncture. We're turning now to the wartime dictatorship of Marshal Ion Antonescu. So let's look at how Antonescu and Horia Sima, Quadriano's controversial successor after his 1938 execution by the king, inaugurated the new national legionary state, a regime that, according to Alina Pavelescu, was one of processions and collective prayer. So, in effect, the figure of Quadriano itself already became a paradigmatic myth for the National Legionary State and for Antonescu's subsequent personal dictatorship. On October 6, 1940, and this is the image that we have there, only 3 weeks after Antonescu orchestrated the forced abdication of the king and founded this new and highly unstable dual government, a mass ritual was held in Bucharest. As we can see then, Antonescu and Sima stand on the central podium, both dressed in the green legionary uniform, and there is a huge stylized image of Quadriano hanging behind them. Antonescu recites an oath to the people, whereby he swears, quote, "by the spirit of the captain and that of the people, to make of Romania a nation that shines in the heavens like the sun." Under the direct direction of the regime, newspapers across the country published dramatic eulogies for Quadriano. For example, the major paper Pământul Strămoșesc, The Ancestral Land, published the following, I think, really shocking hagiography. Quote, "The captain, apostle of the people, the captain, mouth of gold of the people," so reference to St. John Chrysostom, "the captain, the great prophet and evangelist of God's plans, the captain, Christ of the Romanian people, the captain, redeemer of Romania." So here we have immanentist ideation in high relief. Not only is the spirit of the captain raised to the status of meta-person, but his earthly form is also directly characterized as that of a divine king, particularly a Rex Christi. The famous Romanian existentialist writer Emil Cioran didn't go quite as far, having only commented that, quote, with the exception of Christ, no dead man has been more alive amongst the living. So the captain, as a meta-person, still lives. He still provides divine aid to the Romanian people on Earth. The Antonescu regime also continued using the Legion's immanentist rhetoric of satanic Judeo-Bolshevism as it waged its genocidal war in the East. This rhetoric of holy war against the literal Satan was reinforced by shocking orders Antonescu gave to the army, which were also broadcast on the radio across the country. He says, soldiers, today the time has come for the most holy of battles, the battle for our ancestral rights and those of the church, the battle for our ancestral altars. Soldiers, I order you, cross the river Prut into Moldova. As Antonescu also later stated to the Council of Ministers just on the eve of the Romanian military's brutal pogrom in occupied Odessa, quote, what has become clear to me, especially from the battles around Odessa, is that this is a war against Satan and that Satan is the Jew. So, moving on then. Let's see, sorry about that. Moving on. Antonescu was ultimately brought down in 1944 by a coup orchestrated by King Michael, who then swapped allegiances to the Allies, saving the lives of many Jews in the process, before ultimately Stalin installed Gheorghe Gheorghiu-Dej as communist dictator after Yalta. So, from the perspective of the Romanian fascists, the instauration of communism in Romania represented something very close to an actual apocalypse. By this point, sorry, I'm reading off my phone here and it's having trouble. Right. By this point, most of the remaining legionnaires found themselves in exile throughout Europe and the Americas, where they tried to continue their mission, all the while being surveilled by both the CIA, which sought to use them as Cold War spies and infiltrators, and by the communist Securitate. These legionary exiles, I don't know what this is about here. Right. Yeah, these legionary exiles broke into factions, with many maintaining that Horiasima was an illegitimate successor to Quadrianu, who had betrayed the movement. According to the History of the Legionary Movement, a well-known 1950 text written by the prominent legionary priest and commandant Stefan Palagica while he was in exile in Brazil, the only man in our age who proposed rising up to God as a direct political program was Quadrianu, who, by the way, whose pronouns are, like those of Christ, capitalized throughout the text. By contrast, Horiasima is consistently characterized specifically as a heretic who, among many other grave sins, quote, permitted himself to modify the dogmatic legionary texts and to censor even the captain, thus disfiguring the legacy of legionary spirituality. This is only one example of how Quadrianu's mid-20th century deification as meta-person was preserved in exile and continued to be passed on and to energize subsequent generations of Romanian Christian nationalists. So this brings us finally to today's dramatic resurgence of the far right in Romania, where the spirits of Antonescu and Quadrianu have once again been made imminently present in Romanian society. Very briefly, let me talk about the 2024 presidential candidate Călin Georgescu, a far-right politician with obvious sympathies for Quadrianu and Antonescu, and who enjoys support from various post-1990 neo-legionary organizations. Yes, of course. Right. I have two more sentences. Georgescu effectively almost won the presidential election outright in 2024, in 2024 in the first round. The Romanian High Court ended up annulling the election on the grounds of campaign irregularities. And also in July, Romanian prosecutors opened a case against Georgescu for having promoted in public fascist, legionary, and xenophobic ideas, concepts, and doctrines, specifically in a speech also mimicking the exact words, gestures, and tone of voice of Antonescu in the aforementioned event. So here we have the whole tradition, and we conclude through the figure of Georgescu with an example of this inherited myth being embodied and carried out just last year. So thank you guys very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Sergio. That's a lot of interesting. Let's move on to Christian. Were you present when I was introducing everybody? Please just introduce yourself and then get on with it. Over to you, Christian.
Hey, thank you. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Dr. Kaunda. And what a privilege to offer the final paper, I believe, of the conference. Thank you, Professor Adelakan, and our wonderful administrator, Leo Walker, and all those who have contributed in every way to make this event happen. My name is Christian Anderson. I'm at Cambridge University working in world Christianity, but also evangelicalism, Christian-Muslim relations, and certainly Pentecostal processes within evangelicalism. Late on the Saturday night of December the 2nd, in the year 2000, following a day when the US Supreme Court had debated appeal and counter-appeal from Al Gore and George Bush over election recounts in Florida, well, Chuck Pierce and Dutch Sheets, who are two of Peter Wagner's inner circle of neo-charismatic prophets, were in Washington, D.C., and they were at one of the gates of the White House. They had with them a set of symbolic keys, and with them they prayed fervently, using the words of Isaiah chapter 22, "I will place on his shoulder the key to the house of David. What he opens, no one can shut, and what he shuts, no one can open." Sheets recounted a year later that, quote, "We took the authority of the keys and spiritually closed the door of the White House to Al Gore, decreeing that he would not enter there to lead this nation. We then proceeded to decree that the door to the White House was open to George W. Bush and that he would enter it as President of the United States." Well, since the events of January 6, 2021, Peter Wagner's NAR, that is New Apostolic Reformation Network, it has attracted the attention of scholars and commentators. That's because though Wagner himself died in 2016, key members and affiliates of the network he started were part of those who gathered outside the Capitol on that day. And we now have several scholarly and accessible explorations of the NAR and its recent involvement in US politics. Books by Matthew Taylor, Andre Gagne, and now Damon Berry analyze the NAR through conceptual and sociological lenses. I should also refer you to Timothy Stoneman's helpful paper earlier in this conference. None of these books, though, are attempting to give a thorough history of the NAR in terms of a history, and they shouldn't be judged on those terms. But I think to understand the NAR historically, there is a danger of beginning with this converging moment of January 6th and then just drawing the lines backwards from it, shining a flashlight historically behind the past of those who are there, but not looking beyond that into the darkness. And I think there is particularly a danger of imposing on the past a sense that the road to January the 6th was inevitable. There was a political logic latent from the beginning in Wagner's network, and that it was all just a matter of time. I want to question that a little by starting to unfurl the timeline of the NAR's development and taking us back 20 years. I want to make the case that Peter Wagner and his network did not get involved with US national politics from the beginning, and that looking at when and why they did get involved might contribute something to the big questions of this conference, namely what leads different forms of Christianity, especially Pentecostal Christianity, to sacralize the category of nation or pursue direct involvement in state power. In making the case, I have two negations, one overlooked source, and one hypothesis. The first negation is that Peter Wagner's embrace of strategic spiritual warfare was not itself a turn to national politics. His embrace of spiritual warfare at a strategic level was not itself a turn to national politics. As early as 1984, Peter Wagner wrote, "We need to investigate the awesome reality of territorial, hierarchical power in which certain ranking demons have been assigned geographical jurisdiction by the God of this age." Trips to Latin America, particularly to observe Pentecostal evangelists in Argentina, had convinced Wagner that These territorial demons needed to be spiritually mapped and then defeated by warfare prayer before evangelistic breakthrough could be achieved. And in 1988, he gathered a symposium at Fuller Seminary, and then there was a spate of territorial spiritual warfare manuals that followed in the early 1990s, published by Wagner, but also Cindy Jacobs, John Dawson, and others. These manuals developed a theology of divine authority over earthly domains. God had given this authority to Adam and Eve before the fall, and now as Jesus' followers, it could be accessed through prayer. And so intercessors were now, as Cindy Jacobs put it, God's enforcers. They were enabled by Jesus, this supreme enforcer. Jacobs' quote in her book, Possessing the Gates of the Enemy, said, "Not only did his death, burial, and resurrection give us sonship by adoption into God's family, it gave us back the authority through the name of Jesus to establish dominion once again." But to establish dominion over who and where? Strategic level spiritual warfare was mainly applied to world mission, which in the 1990s emphasized the 1040 window, which peered over Asia and North Africa. Wagner himself traveled to Turkey and also to Nepal personally to conduct warfare by prayer, and he mobilized his ideas at mission conferences and his international AD 2000 network. And figures from his future apostolic network, like Cindy Jacobs or Chuck Pierce, they accompanied him to Turkey or Argentina. They were also invested in these activities. Wagner was employed by Fuller Seminary's mission school, and he was affiliated with the International Lausanne movement. He saw himself as leading a world prayer movement, and the aim of the prayers was evangelistic breakthrough. And when this strategic level spiritual warfare was used in more societal directions, it wasn't really in aid of conservative politics. A key element was identification or repentance. So whereas part of warfare prayer, Christians would repent of the sins of their ancestors, often as a move towards breaking down social barriers that were also seen as spiritual barriers. So John Dawson's book, Healing America's Wounds, in 1994, had an inside cover recommendation from Wagner, and this book applied identification or repentance to the sins that white Americans had committed against the Black community. Wagner himself participated in a reconciliation march from Germany to Jerusalem in the late 90s, repenting of the sins of Christians against Muslims in the Crusades. And Wagner, I don't think, was interested in the agenda of Falwell's moral majority in the 80s or in Pat Robertson's Christian Coalition in the 1990s. And this gets to my second negation, which is that Wagner's establishing of a new apostolic Reformation network was not itself a turn to national politics. Wagner began promoting what he called the New Apostolic Paradigm from 1997, a way that he said that spirit-led churches were now organizing themselves in a post-denominational era that he would call the Second Apostolic Age. The network he began as part of this became known as the New Apostolic Reformation, and it featured apostles and prophets who were the real leaders now, and they were invited to be part of his international coalition of apostles. Now, what were the aims of these churches in these networks headed by the apostles? Well, in his 1998 book, New Apostolic Churches, Wagner was clear. These churches were making disciples. They were making them rapidly. And they were also at the same time helping the hurting in their society. In his book, Churchquake, published in 1999, Wagner wrote that the four central tasks of apostolic churches are: 1, church expansion; 2, planting new churches; 3, mercy ministries; and 4, cross-cultural missions. There was no talk of transforming society beyond that, let alone political dominionism. Well, here is where I want to bring to you an overlooked source. By the year 2000, there was a change of an approach, and I want to draw your attention to an edited volume published in 2001 called Destiny of a Nation: How Prophets and Intercessors Can Mold History. This was with Peter Wagner as the editor, but many contributions from his inner circle. Now, as far as I'm aware, no one writing on the NAR has referenced this book yet. Wagner, in the opening chapter, begins by saying, Our premise is that God desired that George W. Bush be elected president of the United States in the year 2000. However, the opposing forces obviously desired otherwise, and a battle for the election was taking place in the heavenlies. The outcome was not a foregone conclusion, but in this case, God's people on earth moved together in gifts of prophecy and intercession to the extent that God's plan A materialized and the destiny of our nation for the next 40 years was determined. Cindy Jacobs, in another chapter of the book, described how the election was a moment when the new apostles and prophets were hesitant to pray and prophesy in a particular political direction, but in the end knew that it was God's will that they did. Jacobs recalled, quote, "We all felt we had received a clear word that God's choice for president was George W. Bush. However, while we agreed that this was God's will to a person, we had been reluctant to prophesy that in public. We were not sure why. However, something shifted in our midst." And
Christian, you should be concluding. Thank you.
Oh, really? I'm sorry. Okay. So I've given you 2 negations and an overlooked source, and let me move to my hypothesis. My hypothesis is that for Wagner in the year 2000, the election of George W. Bush became the occasion of a tipping point in which Wagner's own change of relational networks finally shifted what he considered the most important outcome of the church's mission. Now, when I say a change of relational networks, Doris and Peter Wagner left California in 1996 and moved permanently to Colorado Springs. It sounds like you would like me to wrap up, Dr. Corinder, so I'll just say that with that move to Colorado Springs, they became disconnected from the world missions arena, much more connected into a vision for re-Christianizing America. And Peter Wagner was much more receptive to the kind of more political dominion statements from his inner circle. And that the election of George W. Bush, including the drama of that Florida recount, became the occasion for a pivot so that Wagner, and I've got some sources for this, begins to prioritize the changing of society from the top down rather than from the bottom up. So I will leave it there, and I'm happy to come back for more details in the question time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Leo, if you put my video on, please. Thank you so much for everybody, all the panelists. Let's clap for them. Kathleen, Julius, Grigory, Sego, and Christian. So we are going now into questions. I will invite the participants to just line up to the microphone so that we can hear what you are saying. And Leo will help us in there. Please mention the name of a person specifically you are addressing so that they get to know exactly whom that question is directed to. Thank you. I can't see the audience, so it's very difficult and tricky this part.
Oh, okay. Hi, thanks for being here. My question is, if you were, let's say, hired as a grand strategist for your respective Christian right-wing movement of the past and present, whether it be the Russian government, the Romanian government, or the Christian right of America, what would be your diagnosis of the weakness of the movement, not so much theological or ethical, but practical messaging demographic, and what would you recommend for the movement to be potentially successful and not fall apart?
Okay. I have a very specific question for Julius. You mentioned that you view the United States as the catechon that has the power to restrain the Antichrist. I wonder what that means, or whether you think that's a return to a sense of American exceptionalism.
Shall I begin by that? So, it's better now? No, yeah, here. Yeah, thanks. So you're asking for the relationship to the American toppers of the American exceptionalism. I think the bounds are very strong, and as to Thiel, I think he is interested in bringing these two traditions together. Despite him seeing the current America as a very, very dark place where overall failure is taking place in his view. So what is exceptional of America? I mean, I guess there is this quote from Ronald Reagan that Thiel would love to repeat on that is America is this specific nation that is surrounded by two big oceans, and that is to be found by those who seek freedom, individual freedom, and the individual pursuit of happiness that precise or that is more important than every other thing, be it solidarity with the poor, with the weak, or whatever you might think of. So the individual being absolutely central, and the individual's pursuit for wealth and happiness. That is, I think, the thing what Thiel is interested in, and what he would say this must be defended and cannot defended by any other nation in the world than by America.
The panelists to be concise when you are responding. Let's listen to another question, please.
Okay. This question is to Dr. Trugenberger on your presentation. My impression is that your reading of Peter Thiel is of him as a theologian, something like that.
Yeah.
Could you please say a little more about his theological background in terms of, the nature of his Christianity? Does he belong to a Christian tradition or something like that? What's his background?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So I left that out due to time reasons. But Peter Thiel, originally born in Germany, his parents, I guess, moved to the States and were closely affiliated to evangelical parishes there. With him, he describes himself as in somehow unorthodox Christian. In the recent months, however, he felt strongly attracted by an integrationalist version of Catholicism. So there is this famous quote from Peter Thiel, I prefer the Christianity of Constantine to the Christianity of Mother Teresa. You have also to consider that he is very close with J.D. Vance and had great influence on Vance, and Vance admittedly is a Catholic believer. So they come together here. It's a very interesting version of Catholicism that brings together capitalism, America, and a strong political theology.
Thank you. We'll go back to the first question. The question grant strategist. Sergio, if you would like to answer this question.
Yeah, that'd be great. So yeah, fun if slightly diabolical question. I mean, you know, if anyone who's kind of devoted their lives to studying fascism, you're kind of always engaging with the darkness, right? It's like a Jedi who needs to read the Sith holocrons, or from Harry Potter, you know, the Defense Against the Dark Arts. But so I'm not going to pretend to be a grand strategist for them. But what I will say is, regarding the survivability of these kinds of regimes, it history has told us that it's extremely difficult for a truly fanatical fascist regime to survive for too long, right? We can think about what Hannah Arendt calls the dynamic motion mania that these regimes need to constantly be doing, right? You always are preparing for something, you're fighting for something, you're whatever. And that really cannot go on for too long. I mean, the people get exhausted and so on. So there's also, you know, this theory of the dual state in fascism. There's the normative state, which is just kind of the normal functionings of the courts, like, oh, I need to go get my driver's license renewed, whatever. And then there's the prerogative state, which is the truly fanatical one. And for these reasons, you know, the prerogative state can never totally take over the normative state. And so what's interesting in my case study of the Romanians is this kind of already happened with the transition from the legionary movement to the Antonescu dictatorship. He was a military man who, above all, valued sort of law, order, and economic stability in the country. Still a fascist, still anti-Semitic, still genocidal, but in this transfer, you already see this kind of routinization of the charisma, right? Of the sort of original mythical figure of Quadriano. And then what could they have done differently? I mean, that's what I'm saying. I think under Antonescu, things could have gone on for far longer, just as they did with Franco in Spain. And I genuinely think had the Romanian military not been responsible for the loss of the Battle of Stalingrad, it could have gone on for a much longer time, depending on Soviet interference and so on. But that would be my my answer to the grand strategist question.
Thank you. So, are there some more questions in the room there, Leo? I can entertain two more questions at this stage, and then we'll conclude.
There are currently no more questions. That was our last question.
All right. Let me just take this opportunity as we come to conclude this session to, first of all, thank you, Professor Delekune, for this opportunity, and to every one of us. I'm so grateful for this opportunity. And also, Leo, for working so hard on this, organizing through this process. Thank you so much. And the entire team at Chicago University. And I also want to thank the panelists for this job well done, Catalina, Julius, Grigory, Sego, and Christian. Thank you so much. And from me, Chamakaunda in Oxford, I think we can end here. Let me hand this over back to you, Leo.
Thank you so much.
Recording stopped. A miracle. Okay, and so now that we've come to the end of what will be the very first edition of what will be the annual Global Christianity Conference, it's time for me to talk a little more about the conference, what it looks like now, and what we envision it to be. And it has been a long road of year-long planning and activities that brought us here. So the first thing I want to do is to thank everyone who made it possible. My first appreciation goes to the Dean of the Divinity School, Professor Jim Robinson, for the unflagging support he has offered from the beginning and which has propelled all the planning activities. And for your moral support, I offer a heartfelt gratitude. Thank you very much, Prof. I must also thank the Tandian Rostandia Chair in Global Christianity Fund for their sponsorship of the conference. Without their money, none of us would be sitting here today. So thanks to them. Then I must also thank the organizing team who have put up the most wonderful show from the beginning to the end. I'm talking about Leo Walker, the conference manager. Most of you know him. You've been in steady contact with him as he arranged the logistics of the event. Thank you very much, Leo. I am deeply grateful to you for the amazing organizing work you did here. You kept all the wheels turning at once, and we sailed so smoothly thanks to you. And thanks to Sarah Biga for her encouragement, support, and for working the system to ensure it produced as much funding as we needed to organize this conference. She just kept helping us to find money, and I'm deeply grateful to her. And then I must thank Erin Scott, who has been incredible at providing publicity for the event, and her tremendous skills have contributed to the colorfulness of this event. And then I will thank Irema Halilovic, who has also organized the hospitality for the event, and thank you very much. The four of you have been truly wonderful, and through your hard work and dedication, the past 3 days have gone well. And thanks to the conference speakers, Dr. Wariboko, who has stayed with us throughout the conference, and to Dr. Napolitano, who had to go back down to Toronto. And then my thanks to the panel chairs, Professor Margaret Michel, Dwight Hopkins, Benson Igboin, William Schulz, Marlon Miller, and Chama Kaunda. I deeply appreciate the efficient ways you steered the panels, and I'm truly grateful for your support. And to Charlene, our student assistant, thank you for your archival work. And thanks to all our presenters, all 26 of you. Some of you have come from far and near, and you have made the past 3 days a truly delightful time through your intriguing engagement all throughout. We at the University of Chicago are grateful for taking the time and effort to travel to Chicago during this delightful winter and contribute to the proceedings of the conference. And for those who are participating online, some of you in very far-flung regions of the world, you stayed up through long nights due to the time differences. Your sacrifice of personal comfort is seen and deeply appreciated. On Tuesday, a reporter from Religion Today asked me what I imagined will happen at this conference. So I told him that in our scholarly scrutiny of global Christian nationalism, we will not only be casting backward glances at the roads that have brought us here, but we'll also be envisioning new possibility. I will say that the past 3 days have been a fulfillment of that wish. Also, I must also add that in the next few days, I will be sending everyone a reminder that you will submit your revised papers for publication. So we get to publish this, and I will send you the necessary details in a matter of days. Please expect to hear from me soon. And finally, I thank all the guests too who have been here. Thank you very much because you've been here for the past 3 days and stayed with us throughout. And so quickly, let me indicate that the goal of the Global Christianity Conference is to gather scholars of Christianity to deliberate on emerging development as it touches the practice and scholarship of the faith in every corner of the world. The Global Christianity will therefore annually convene interdisciplinary scholars to reason on the historical event that have caused or still causing the seismic waves of national development to culminate into a global event, and how such ruptures have brought the impulses grounded in local realities to the fore. This means that annually we will anticipate as well as apprehend vital development in Christianity, subjecting them to scholarly scrutiny at this forum. This year, we chose the topic of Christian nationalism because it is a critical issue that has entangled Christianity across the United States, South America, Africa, Asia, and Australia. Judging by the overwhelming response we received from our CFP, Christian nationalism is a theme that truly resonates globally. and we plan to maintain that relevance in the coming editions. Yesterday, my very senior colleague, Dwight Hopkins, who chaired the second session yesterday, said he looks forward to my continuing to facilitate the intellectual agenda of global Christianity for the next 40 years. But that prayer, to which I said amen, is not only about me, it also extends to everyone who has been a part of this event and the continuity of our work. What we have started here today, or this week, is an important defining moment that will endure. We have made history as the first to attend this Global Christianity Conference at the University of Chicago. And we're also privileged to be the witnesses to the history we have made together. You, us at the University of Chicago, and the innumerable company of angels who surround us and who are watching us from above. So finally, I want to wish everyone a safe trip back to their respective locations. We hope you have enjoyed your time with us and in the beautiful city of Chicago, and we believe that you find more warmth in this room that has been available outside this room. Thank you very much. And it's exactly 3 o'clock.